me just tell you something early. I went to see the new Anaconda movie, the Anaconda remake today. I'll give you my thoughts on that later on. But yeah, let's just sit back, relax, enjoy the night flight. I'll wait for the live chat to fill up a bit before we commence. We got Waltz in the place, Dom, Kieran Malcolm, Striker, David Fisher, Philip Anser, YK Warner, Don Gorgon, AJ14, East Midlands boxing fan, Hibisti, is that how you pronounce your name? He's in the place as well. How are we feeling, people? You got Connor Williams in the place, all right? Trolls are bad. Where's Carlos? Crimson Jackal, big up. Let's get this party started. All right. Gonna talk about all sorts of stuff on this stream, whatever you guys want to get into. How many of you saw the Naoya Inoue David Picasso fight? This happened in Japan earlier on today. Obviously, Japan is on a different time zone to most people. So yeah, Inoue wins a shutout pretty much on the scorecards. But interestingly, it's the second fight in a row where he's been taking a 12-round distance now. And so you have to start asking the question, has Inoue reached his limit as far as weight divisions? Can he go up maybe one more division to featherweight and that's his limit? That's where he tops out? Because, okay, he's not getting, he's not coming close to losing. Let's just put it that way. In his past couple of fights, David Picasso, and before that, Ahmed Aliyev. But he's landing his best shots on these guys and they're not going anywhere. And we're used to, the monster knocking people out left, right, and center. But, with Picasso, certainly he's one of the biggest, well, let me not say biggest necessarily, but certainly one of the strongest and toughest fighters that Inoue has fought so far. Just physically strong and tough. Inoue was not able to even knock him down in the fight. Inoue is known for knocking people down. So yeah, again, a dominant performance by Inoue, but not a destructive performance. So has he reached his upper limit as far as weight classes? What do you guys think? And one of the reasons I say that is obviously, yeah, he's still got skills and everything, but Inoue isn't the most defensively amazing fighter. He does get hit. He has been dropped several times in his career. And when you're not a defensively amazing fighter and you start moving up through the weight classes, I think it limits the number of weight classes you can move up. We got Martin Wilkinson. Shout out to Philip Answer. This is pure masterclass by Inoue. Adam says, I thought they were going to cancel the Japanese fights. Okay. Adam says, I told him Godzilla was coming. Afro Jam says he can go up to Feather. Yeah. But do you reckon that's his limit, Feather? What's up, Gaz? We got Gaz in the place. Crimson Jackal says Picasso was very defensively responsible. He was, but he did get caught with some... And, you know, even guys who managed to block Inoue's shots still end up being broken down. That's what we've seen in the past. They get hit on the arms, they get hit in the body, and eventually the guard falls because of all the shots to the body and the arms. And Inoue goes in there and takes him out with headshots. That didn't happen in his last two fights. Certainly Picasso was able to take all the shots on the arms and the body, and Inoue was putting together some beautiful combinations. But Picasso didn't wilt. Trollsabad says, how come Inoue isn't more of a cash cow, maybe partly his size? Well, I guess you mean in the West, right? Because presumably in Japan, he's a big cash cow. And Japan has a pretty big population. What is it, like 120 or 130 million? So presumably in Japan, he's a big cash cow. In the West, well, he doesn't really do much to market himself in the West, for one. Secondly, yeah, there's the weight division. He doesn't exactly have name brands in the super bantamweight division, for example, that people in the West are that familiar with. So yeah, you know, a bunch of different reasons why Inoue isn't a star in the West. Is he that concerned about becoming a star in the West? I don't know. Even Uncle Phil says, I think it's disrespectful Inoue gets called pound for pound next to Usyk and Crawford with a resume that's nowhere near. You know, when you're talking about these lower weight classes, there's kind of two sides to the argument. One side will say Inoue is fighting people who are very good, just like Usyk and Crawford are. It's just that because they are in the lower weight classes, people aren't as familiar with the names, but it doesn't mean that they're not good. It's just that people have this kind of aversion to wanting to watch smaller fighters. But the flip side of that argument would be, well, in those smaller weight classes, there are far fewer fighters, right? The talent pool is much smaller. And because the talent pool is much smaller, it's hard to argue that the fighters are better than, let's say, super middleweight, where there's going to be a much larger talent pool as far as actual active fighters in the 168-pound division. Same thing for heavyweight. And obviously in heavyweight, you're dealing with much larger weight disparities. Usyk is, 20, 30, 40 pounds lighter than most of his opponents at heavyweight. Atomistic Intellect says, have you seen No Country? You said New Country. I guess you meant to say No Country for Old Men. Yes, I've seen that movie with Javier Bardem. A lot of people really like it. To me, I was just kind of, okay, it's all right. It's a decent movie. I wasn't blown away by it at all. We got Pacer in the chat. Big up Gaz for the super chat. He says, fan of mob movies, ? Heat, Casino, Goodfellas, etc. Goodfellas is definitely my favorite mob movie. Followed by Casino, followed by Heat. Not really a big fan of Heat. To each his own, but it's not really my thing. I know a lot of people swear by Heat and they think it's the greatest movie since sliced bread. Fair enough. It is subjective to some extent, you know what I mean? But me personally, not a massive fan of Heat, but I've always liked Goodfellas. And there are other movies which are gangster movies, not necessarily mob movies, as in Italian-American mob. But I also like Carlito's Way. That's a great movie. Carlito's Way is like the ultimate cautionary tale for old mobsters. Carlito's Way, of course, starring Al Pacino, playing a Puerto Rican. Al Pacino's in that alongside Sean Penn. Sean Penn's fantastic, by the way, as the sleazy lawyer in Carlito's Way. Have I seen How to Train a Dragon? No, I haven't. So big up Gaz for the super chat. Have I seen The Shining? Yes, I have. What do I think of it? It's an interesting movie. There are people that claim all sorts of stuff was being conveyed subliminally in The Shining, and they make a good case. One of the more recent hypotheses or theories regarding The Shining is that it's basically a movie about MK Ultra. And again, they make a good case that it's a movie about MK Ultra. Striker says, Hatman, check out One Battle After, another one of my favorite movies of this year. What's the movie about? And who's in it? Shout out to Jupiter's String. He says, shout out to Hatman from Kyoto. Did you watch the Inoue fight? What did you make of it? So, let me talk about a movie I did see today, and that was the Anaconda remake. So, yesterday, was it yesterday on the live stream or the day before? Whenever I last did a live. No, I think it was it Christmas Day? Yeah, Christmas Day. Anyway, the last time I did a live, it's all blended into one now. Matt Borgerson, shout out to Matt, warned me not to go see the Anaconda remake. He said it's absolutely terrible. So what did I do? I went ahead and went to go watch it anyway. And the film starts, and I want to say for the first 5 minutes, I was literally laughing out loud. Maybe not the first, maybe the first 10 minutes. Well, it's the first 5 minutes that Jack Black appears on screen, because the opening sequence doesn't have Jack Black in it. But after the opening sequence, when Jack Black appears, the first 5 minutes of Jack Black, I was literally laughing out loud. And I was thinking to myself, wow, why are people saying that this movie's rubbish and not funny? And why has it got such bad reviews? Because it's got off to a very good start here. This is funny stuff. But unfortunately, that was the only funny stuff in the movie. Incredibly, after that opening first 5 minutes of Jack Black, this movie tanks, and it tanks hard. Dear, oh dear. After that first 5 minutes of Jack Black, which were enjoyable and good, this movie turns into a steaming pile of you know what. Absolute garbage. All the jokes fall flat. All the banter falls flat. The action is sparse, to say the least. In fact, pretty much all of the action is contained in the trailers. So all the action that is in this movie is shown in the trailers. Like literally all of it. You hardly see anything of the snake compared to the original Anaconda movie. And in fact, the original Anaconda movie wasn't a great movie. It's seen as, it's seen through rose-tinted glasses now as a classic and all that kind of stuff. But really and truly, it was a cheesy, 90s, how could you even describe it? Not quite B-movie level, but it was a monster flick, right? But it was nothing special. You had Ice Cube, who's a rapper, J-Lo, who, yeah, she's an actress, but also a singer. It wasn't an amazing movie at all. It was okay, yeah, for what it was. This remake of Anaconda, incredibly, manages to make the original look like a masterpiece. Like, this remake is actually trash, bro. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Big up James Wood. He says, fetched up the hard way. Big up Hatman, gonna fall asleep to this. Catch up tomorrow. An eye for a pint. I forgot that Gypsy John Partridge said that. An eye for a pint. Dear, oh dear. Big up James Wood every time. The Usyka Kitchen Fitters. Atavistic Intellect says, what do you think about the rise of serial killers in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? From decades prior to me, it's clear MK was involved. I also think it was done to ruin the male image in society. Well, there's a book by a guy called Dave McGowan called Program to Kill, The Politics of Serial Murder. And he explores the possibility that a lot of these famous serial killers in the United States, for example, have got an MK Ultra background. And I did a series of uploads on Patreon, podcasts basically on Patreon, exploring that idea as well. Going into the cases, pointing out certain potential red flags that there could be something going on behind the scenes, that it wasn't just a lone wolf that came out of nowhere, but actually there was some type of, government involvement or whatever the case may be, potentially. So yeah, you can check that out on my Patreon. Indeed, Manchurian Candidate type stuff. Triple R says, Carlito should have respected Benny Blanco or just took him out. His mistake was being neutral. Well, obviously it's a work of fiction, so the only person who could tell us what would have happened if Carlito had been neutral or respected Benny Blanco would be the writers, right? Only they could have told us what would have happened. But if we look at a scenario like that involving like an older ex-gangster and an up-and-coming new gangster, you're basically stuck between a rock and a hard place as the old guy. Because if you show too much respect, he's going to start to take the biscuit. Because you remember there's a scene in that movie Carlito's Way and this is how Carlito and Benny Blanco meet in the first place, where Benny Blanco is like flexing his muscles, throwing his weight around in Carlito's club. Like Carlito's got, is it half of the, half stake in that club? Is it 50-50 share in the club? Something like that. He's got a stake in that club anyway. But Benny Blanco comes in throwing his weight around. And Carlito has to have a word with him for throwing his weight around. Now, a guy like that is going to continue to test you. And if you appear soft to him, he's going to try to take over your club and, you know, XYZ. So it's really not a good idea if you're an ex-mobster, certainly back then in New York City, to be running nightclubs. Because if you want to keep your hands clean, it's a recipe for disaster. Big up the vinyl collector. James Wood says, training in Ace Ventura with BJS. Who was it that called it Ace Ventura? Was it Partridge or was it BJS that said it? Striker says, isn't Anaconda supposed to be a trashy B movie? Yeah, kind of. As I say, the original worked for what it was. It was a silly, just farcical monster movie in the Amazon, right? It was one of the many, many movies over the span of at least, well, they're still ongoing even now. One of the many, many movies that was basically inspired by Jaws. Take a real world animal, and not like Jaws was the first to do it, but it was the biggest, right? He had the most impact on cinema. And people have basically been trying to recreate Jaws with different creatures. Crocodiles, piranha fish, sharks again. Do you know what I mean? I mean, even UFOs, because Nope was basically Jaws in space. Or Jaws in the sky, should I say, not in space, but Jaws in the sky. So, oh, it was Saunders' dad who said it. He said Ace Ventura. Yeah, so Anaconda, when it came out in the 90s with J-Lo and Ice Cube, was just a silly, kind of trashy film with not great special effects, even for the time. But, you know, it did pretty well, I guess, as a popcorn flick and gained somewhat of a cult following. I watched it with pretty much bemusement when I saw it back in the 90s. I was like, okay. To me, it was a here today, gone tomorrow type of film, which you can watch. You know, it's watchable, but it certainly wasn't any kind of masterpiece. But compared to the remake, oh, it's a masterpiece. Trust me, the remake is diabolically bad. Diabolically bad. If you're gonna make a silly movie like that, you need to prioritize the action and prioritize the monster. But in this movie, the monster's hardly in it. You know, the giant anaconda's in it very sparsely. And the rest of the movie is filled up with banter that falls flat. It's just not funny. As I said earlier on, the first 5 minutes of Jack Black are actually funny. I laughed out loud. And I don't often laugh out loud in the cinema, but I laughed out loud at the first 5 minutes of Jack Black on screen. But after that, it falls totally flat. Big up Mr. Luca for the super chat. He says Turkey needs to do a heavy and super middleweight. 16 would help the sport. And what gloves for bag work under 100 pounds would you recommend? Happy New Year, mate. Big up Mr. Luca. Gloves, bag gloves, specifically bag gloves under 100 pounds. There are so many choices now. I couldn't tell you all the different brands. If you're looking for kind of a mid-range bag glove, like, you know, very good bang for your buck, I would look at Phenom, but I don't think they're under 100 pounds, to be fair. You can get rival bag gloves, like traditional bag gloves, that are under 100 pounds, definitely. But I don't know what kind of bag gloves you're looking at. Are you looking for bag gloves that offer a good amount of protection? Or are you looking for bag gloves that are like the more old school traditional bag gloves? The leather mitts, basically. Because you can get those from Rival for under 100 pounds, and I'm pretty sure Phenom, whose products are very similar to Rival. I mean, do I want to call Phenom a Rival knockoff company? They started off looking like a Rival knockoff company, but they were actually producing better quality than Rival for a time. Rival have since addressed their manufacturing quality issues that they previously had. They've addressed it, thankfully. But for a time, Rival's quality was getting a little iffy. And that's when Phenom came in and started basically cloning Rival gloves, but doing so with better quality, better stitching, better leather, so on and so forth. And yeah, Phenom do make good quality stuff. So maybe they also have a traditional bag glove for under 100 pounds. In fact, let me just open up the Phenom website right now and have a quick look. Let's go to Phenom Boxing. It is a UK-based company. Let's have a look. Gloves, bag gloves, training gloves. Yeah, they've got traditional bag mitts for 42 pounds, and they're basically almost identical to Rival's version. Rival's bag mitts, which those appear to be based on, I'll give you the model number right now. Yeah, the ones they appear to be based on for Rival are the RB5 bag mitts. Now, Rival do a bunch of bag gloves, which I'm looking at right now, that are under 100, but I couldn't tell you how good they are or whatever, because I've never used the under 100 pound Rival bag gloves. But there are some bag gloves they do which are basically exactly the same as their fight gloves. I've had a pair of those before, a couple of pairs of those actually, which are the RFX Guerrero V bag gloves. They're basically fight gloves with a Velcro strap. That's what they are. So I was using those for a while. They've got something called Impulse bag gloves. They've got RB50 bag gloves, but again, I've never used these. I don't tend to really use bag gloves, to be fair, other than the ones I just told you about, which are like fight gloves with Velcro. They're literally exactly the same as the fight gloves they sell, but with Velcro. Other than that, I haven't used bag gloves other than mitts way back in the days, 20 years ago, when I was, you know, training at places like Miguel's, Fitzroy Lodge, and so on. I would use like traditional bag mitts. So yeah, hope that helps. Big up Mr. Luca for the super chat. BG London says, I enjoyed Congo in the cinema. Yet Congo was kind of similar to Anaconda, in a similar vein, a silly monster movie. Congo had Delroy Lindo in it. Who else was in Congo? Delroy Lindo, the guy that Tim Curry, Delroy Lindo. I forget who else was in Congo, but it was a very, very silly movie. And I did enjoy it at the time for what it was. And as for, sorry, I forgot to address this, but Mr. Luca also said Turkey needs to do a heavy and super middleweight, I guess, tournament. Yeah, that'll be good. Especially for the new generation of heavyweights. Once Usyk, Partridge, AJ have retired, then in order to really sell the new generation of heavyweights to the public, something like a tournament would really help that. Yeah, you look at the Super 6 for super middleweight back in the days. You look at the World Boxing Super Series, what that did for Usyk. So yeah, a tournament would be a very, very good idea for super middleweight and heavyweight for the next generation of fighters. That's where stars could emerge from the tournament. So I completely agree with you, Mr. Lucas. A great suggestion. Bexy says, watch Running Man the other night. It started the world economic crash in 2017. Police state came in after. I guess you're talking about the remake, because there are quite a few people that are recommending the remake. Striker says, yeah, new Running Man was great. JJ says, Hatman, have you ever watched Butterbean fights? Yeah, I saw quite a few Butterbean fights back in the days when he was still active. I remember when he was unbeaten. I remember reading about his first loss, because I never actually saw it live. I read about it in one of the boxing publications, whether it was Ring Magazine, KO Magazine, Boxing Monthly, one of them. He lost at Madison Square Garden to a guy called Mitchell Rose, who I think was from New York, maybe Brooklyn or Queens, I forget now, but yeah, Mitchell Rose stopped Butterbean in 2 rounds. I have subsequently seen the fight in the YouTube era, but yeah, at the time I had to read about it. But yeah, I remember the rise of Butterbean and some of the silly things that casuals were saying about him. I had a friend of mine, a Somali actually, a Somali friend of mine back in the days when I was in college, and he was saying that Butterbean would knock out Lennox Lewis. man thought that Butterbean would knock out Lennox Lewis. I was like, give it a rest. You don't know what he's looking at. This was when Butterbean was still unbeaten. He was like, wow, that guy would knock out Lewis. Linkage says, what's Zambian cinema like? Pretty similar to cinemas in the West, to be fair. Not quite as good. Like, for example, the cinema which is next to like East Park Mall, it's in a different mall. What's the name of that mall? New Metro? I think the cinema's called New Metro in the mall next to East Park. I don't like that cinema at all because the screens are very dark and washed out looking. Whereas there's a cinema called Levy at Levy Mall, and their cinema screen's much better, even though it's a less popular mall and it's got less screens. But yeah, anyway, generally the cinemas are pretty good. They're not up to the standard of the elite cinemas in the West and other places, but they're, you know, as good as standard cinemas. They're decent enough. Okay, Railway and Boxing Fan says, wasn't Butterbean meant to fight Mike Tyson? I don't remember if he was ever meant to fight Mike Tyson, but he always wanted to fight Mike Tyson. He kept calling Mike Tyson out. He kept saying that he would beat Mike Tyson in the 4-rounder. And he gained the title. I'm not sure if he put the title on himself or it was someone else. Maybe it was Bob Arum, his promoter, who came up with it. But he called himself the king of the 4-rounders. And he kept saying, I want to fight Mike Tyson in the 4-rounder. And Mike Tyson kept saying, I don't want to do that. Butterbean's a nice guy. Butterbean would have got absolutely smoked by Mike Tyson in any fight, whether it's a 4-rounder or whatever rounder, in my view anyway. I mean, he got smoked by Mitchell Rose in 2 rounds. Exactly, Striker. An absolutely ancient Larry Holmes beat Butterbean. That's correct. First Round Boxing says, is Smith Matias back on? Think it's the next big fight night, then Moses Franklin, Big 7 show. I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure whether it's back on or not. Because obviously things have to be right for Dalton Smith. Just because a commission or whatever says, oh yeah, it can go ahead, it doesn't mean that Smith is necessarily satisfied. Maybe he wants some extra reassurances. That's what I would guess. Big up Charles B says, Hatman, there's some crazy potential with AI filmmaking. Yeah. As far as special effects and whatnot that can be done. Maybe having certain actors who have passed away appear on screen again. Obviously, that's already happened with regular CGI, but they might be able to do a better job with AI. Lieutenant Frank says, pretty sure Matias has been cleared to fight Smith. But is Smith okay with it? That's the thing. Because, you know, we can talk about the Conor Benn situation with Chris Eubank Jr. That fight probably would have gone ahead had not the story of Conor Benn's 2 adverse findings been leaked to the press. Okay, JLS says, why has nobody brought up the fact that Partridge was clearly on PEDs for the second Wilder fight? Well, it's not a fact, it's your opinion. He was never caught for PEDs in that fight, and as much as I criticize Partridge, I can't put that on him. I can't say he was on PEDs for the second Wilder fight. Obviously, he was caught for PEDs much earlier on in his career and served a retroactive ban, but with regards to the second Wilder fight specifically, he didn't get caught for anything. And to my knowledge, I think there was there VADA testing for that second fight? Let me look that up real quick. Yes, there was VADA testing for the second fight. Looking at a boxing scene article here. March 2020, the World Boxing Council have confirmed that both Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder have passed all their drug tests that were administered by VADA and regulated by the WBC's clean boxing program. So, not to say that people can't beat those tests, but there's no evidence that I've seen that Fury was on anything for that fight. The Vinyl Collector says, I think it would be disrespectful to put an AI version of a dead actor in a film. Let the dead rest in peace. I can't say I feel offended by it, to be honest. I think it would really depend on the family. If the family say it's okay, then it's okay. Charles B says, it's kind of like when DAWs, for those who don't know, DAWs spelled DAWs, digital audio workstations. We're talking about music creation software. And Charles B says, it's kind of like when DAWs came along, musicians probably thought it was going to produce slop. Eventually the talented artists would prove how useful they are. And the same thing with AI in music making now. I'm just telling you, even though there's a lot of pushback against AI in music, and I get it with as far as AI artists, but in terms of like AI tools, they're very useful in music. I use AI plugins, okay? I use like AI an AI de-esser by a company called Sonable, who make a lot of AI plugins. And these plugins, for a de-esser, for those who don't know, is a plugin which helps to reduce sibilants. So the S sounds and also plosives, the P sounds, which can make, which can be harsh on the ears and, make a popping sound when it comes to plosives, which can also be kind of harsh to listen to. So I use a number of different plugins that incorporate AI listening. So they listen to the track or they listen to the particular stem and, you give it some input and tell it what you want and you can adjust the settings and whatnot, but it listens and then gives you basically a template to work from. Big up Mr. Luca. This is Night Chief. Big up Mr. Luca every time. Well, the difference between just general digital programs and AI is that digital programs, for the most part, are all operated manually, whereas AI is an algorithm that will take a lot of the work out of your hands. That's the difference. You know what? Don't give me ideas, Charles. He says, imagine a Confessions of a Nightclub Bouncer movie with AI. That would actually be wild. And you know what? I'll look into that. Because when I did Confessions of a Nightclub Bouncer back in the days, there was a period where I was using GTA 5 footage to try and loosely sync up with what I was talking about in the Confessions of a Nightclub Bouncer episodes. But with AI, I could do a much better job of that. Yeah, that's a great idea. Big up Charles B with the great idea. Okay, Mr. Wheel Guitar says, there was always auto-level features in various photo editors that would adjust the hues and saturations. Yeah, there was. I guess that's like the embryonic stages of what would later on become AI. AI is it just does more and it's more dynamic. But yeah, I get your point. Yeah, you can't let AI do all of the work because it isn't yet advanced enough to avoid making some pretty glaring errors. Charles B says, the beauty of AI is people can bring their own ideas to life without needing a camera crew or a bunch of actors. Yeah, going back to what you said about DAWs. DAWs have allowed people who can't afford, outboard equipment, who can't afford hardware to make music. And also, it's allowed people that are not musicians, people that can't play keyboards and guitars and instruments and whatnot to make music. And some people don't like that, particularly people that can play music. They don't like the fact that people can now create music who don't play instruments. But could you argue that some great music has been made by people that don't play instruments using DAWs? I guess it's a subjective thing. What I will say is, and I'm someone that uses DAWs, and I'm someone that can't play instruments, so I'm in that camp. From my perspective, and I know it's subjective, but from my perspective, I think music was better when there were a higher percentage of music makers that could play instruments. But again, it's a subjective thing. WizKid says, Hatman, what do you make of Andre Ward's take on AJ? Before and after the Jake Paul fight, he honestly believes he can beat AJ. I don't agree with him. And Marcus Villegas, bizarrely, I mean, Marcus Villegas, for some weird reason, is just... He just thinks AJ's rubbish. I guess it's kind of a typical view from an American-based individual in the boxing scene. But he's just adamant that AJ's absolute garbage. And, you know, Andre Ward, who's how old, in his 40s, could come back out of retirement and beat AJ even. That's weird, bro, but okay. It's that insular mindset that a lot of people in the boxing community stateside have. It's odd. But equally as odd is the fact that Anthony Joshua has actually gained a lot more respect after beating Jake Paul in America. I mean, why would you gain more respect when you just beat a YouTuber? Okay, he's a professional boxer, but he's a novice level professional boxer. An area level cruiserweight we're talking about. Why would beating him give you more respect in the United States? But again, it's a weird thing. I've spoken about it before. Big up Matt Borgerson for the super chat. He says, dude, Inoue is the truth. Nakatani literally was in life and death mode. However styles make fights, Nakatani basically went against the Figueroa. I haven't seen the Nakatani fight. I have seen the Inoue fight. And Inoue looked great. I liked his combination punching. He was throwing more fast flurries than we're used to seeing from Inoue. Normally Inoue does throw combinations, but he hits so hard that after hitting a guy with, 2 or 3 clean ones, even if they're not clean ones, the guy's usually wilting. If he's hitting him around the arms and the body and whatnot, 2 or 3 clean ones and you can see them wincing in pain. Whereas against Picasso, he was dealing with a guy that was a lot physically tougher than a lot of the opponents he's fought in the past. And so Inoue was having to throw more punches in his combinations. And they were impressive combinations. He was rattling off fast shots and sticking the jab and moving off. And yeah, it was an impressive athletic performance from Inoue. But as I said earlier on, Inoue's last 2 fights have gone a distance. He hasn't come close to stopping his last 2 opponents. Are we now seeing the upper reaches of Inoue's ability as far as how many weight divisions he can go up? Has he reached the limit, or is featherweight the limit? Not that you have to hurt people in order to beat them, but as I said previously, Inoue isn't an amazing defensive fighter. He does get clipped. And unless you are an amazing defensive fighter, yeah, there are going to be limits to how far you can move up. Well, there's limits for everyone, but the limits are maybe going to be a little lower as far as how many weight divisions you can move up if you don't have a great defense, which Inoue doesn't have. It's not the worst defense I've ever seen, but it's not Usyk defense, is it? Indeed, he struggled with TJ Teheny until that injury. That's right. We got Matt Borgerson for the super chat. He says, I will say Inoue is a master boxer though. He outboxes those opponents like they don't belong. Him shutting out MJ was so impressive to me. Yeah, he is outboxing people. Like you say, his last 2 opponents, he totally outboxed them. But as you move up through the weight classes, you're going to come across people that hit a lot harder than the Akhmadaliyevs and the Picassos of the world. along with hitting a lot harder, they're going to be taller in some cases, longer reach. So it's going to be more difficult as far as outboxing them. Because Akhmadaliev is not a massive puncher, you know? And that's one of the things that Inoue benefits from, is that in the divisions that he's fought in, you don't get that many great punchers. You get certain guys that have a lot of stoppages, but that's through accumulation. You don't get that many guys who are like him, who are, you know, genuinely big punchers. So Matt disagrees. He thinks that Akhmadaliev is a big puncher and had the best left hook in the weight class. I disagree. I don't think Akhmadaliev is a big puncher. Again, there are guys in those weight classes who get stoppages through accumulation, but I don't think Akhmadaliev is a puncher. Like, for example, Inoue is a puncher. Nonito Donaire was a genuine puncher. Yeah, that's one of the genuine punchers that Inoue fought, was Nonito Donaire. Nonito Donaire was a serious, genuine puncher. You don't find many of those guys in those lighter weight classes at all. For example, Chocolatito is not a big puncher. Yeah, he's got a load of stoppages. I'm telling you, he's not a big puncher. It's kind of like, you know, basically just accumulation punches. Big up Matt Borgerson for the super chat. FSX Gun says, the new Nas film is out soon. Are you going to watch it? I guess you mean Nassim Hamed, as in N-A-Z rather than N-A-S. It looks hilarious for all the wrong reasons. The guy that they've got playing Prince Nassim just looks bizarre to me. I would only watch that movie as, you know, taking it as a comedy. I'm sure it's not meant to be a comedy. It's a biopic, right? But I'd have to take it as a comedy because I looked at the trailer and it made me laugh out loud. So Fernie G says, Triple G wasn't a one-punch KO puncher. Your thoughts, Hatman? Triple G was a very heavy-handed fighter. He wasn't an explosive puncher. You know, his shots didn't come out fast and sudden. They were kind of slow, thudding shots. But he did drop people with single shots plenty of times. But yeah, he wasn't the spectacular one-punch KO artist that someone like an Adonis Stevenson was, for example, at light heavyweight. Stevenson would land one shot and people would either go down, be knocked out, or be in serious trouble. That happened loads of times with Adonis Stevenson. Obviously at a higher weight class. Golovkin wasn't like that. I want to say Golovkin did have one-punch power, but because his punches were slow, he didn't catch you as off guard as someone like a Stevenson is often. So you didn't see as many one-punch knockdowns and one-punch knockouts from him. But I suspect that was more because people could see the shots coming. Do you know what I mean? And they could kind of half block them or brace themselves for the punch or turn away slightly. That's what I'll say about Golovkin. He was a very, very heavy-handed guy. Afro Jam says Triple G's resume is not great. It's not, but it's no fault of his own, really, is it? Because Canelo avoided him for a long time. And when they eventually did fight, two of those fights were controversial as far as the scorecards. Well, I often talk about this thing where if you haven't won big fights in America, Americans still have the attitude that you can't be a great fighter because you haven't won big fights in America. And I think that's an example of it with regards to Ryan Garcia saying Triple G shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, that's rich coming from Ryan Garcia, isn't it? Triple G shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame because he didn't beat Canelo, he didn't beat Miguel Cotto, he didn't beat any of the people that were name brand stateside. But again, if we're going to be fair about it, two of those fights with Canelo were very close. I mean, some people are going to be outraged that I'm calling them very close because in the minds of many people, Golovkin won both of those fights, clearly. I don't necessarily agree. I think both fights were genuinely close, but there's a lot of people out there that say, nah, Triple G was robbed both times. And so unofficially, he's got 2 wins over Canelo and absolutely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame based on that. Big up James Clifford for the super chat. Much appreciated. He says, would you rather a massage from Brendan Ingle or a date with Clarissa Shields? I'd go on a date with Clarissa Shields over a massage from Brendan Ingle. If you know, you know. I've spoken about this before, but there was a documentary, a BBC documentary about Brendan Ingle and Harold Graham. And there is a scene in that documentary which is the most rainbow thing I've ever seen in a British boxing gym in my life. I won't talk too much more about it, but if you know, you know. And if you do know, you'll wish you didn't know. You'll wish you hadn't seen that scene. But big up James. That's a weird gym, bro. Big up James Clifford for the super chat. Yeah, I'd have to go on a date with Clarissa. Because going on a date with Clarissa Shields don't mean you have to smash. It's just a date, right? So, as insufferable as it would be, it's a little quick date. Infinitely preferable to a massage from Brendan Ingle. Yeah, that was super weird. When Sonny Edwards asked Clarissa Shields out and Clarissa Shields said yes, that was super weird, bro. Yes, I do remember that, Mr. Will Guitar. He says, does anyone remember the Ring magazine doing a when Tyson gets out make-believe story? He runs through Holy Lewis, loses in the same round as Bruno did, having hurt him in the first. Yeah, I do remember that. I remember at the time, several of the boxing publications might have done something similar. But in one of them, it may have been the Ring magazine one, I remember them saying that he comes out of prison and beats Oliver McCall for the heavyweight title. Because Oliver McCall had knocked out Lennox Lewis at the time. And so they were in this hypothetical scenario saying Tyson comes out of prison, he fights this person, that person. Then he fights Oliver McCall. And they had him knocking out McCall in like 3 or 4 rounds. And Tyson smirking as this left hook stretches Oliver McCall out. Pause. Yeah, I do remember that. And that just spoke to the Mike Tyson mythology, how taken in people were by the Mike Tyson mythology. Even members of the press, the boxing media. Okay, Matt's going there again. Big up, Matt. He says, would you rather date and clam slam Lizzie Velasquez or have a nosh off Glenn Close? Can't say no one, by the way. I know you'll want to, but can't. Oh my God. That is a crazy. I didn't know who Lizzie Velasquez was. I just looked it up. That's crazy. I'd have to go for Glenn Close, as crazy as that is, bro. Like, yeah, that's a sadistic question, but I'd have to go for Glenn Close. Hero, dear. Big up Prav for the super chat. He says, big up Hatman. What was your go-to alcoholic drink in your youth before you stopped drinking? My go-to alcoholic drink. So I used to drink all sorts of different stuff. I did like rum, dark rum. White rum tastes, well, it depends on the brand, it depends on the type of rum. So for example, Ray and Nephew, which is a famous Jamaican rum, they make different kinds of rum, but their most famous type of rum that they make is the white rum, which is like 63%, I think, alcohol. That tastes disgusting. It literally tastes like something you would put in some type of machinery to power it. It tastes awful. It smells disgusting, it tastes disgusting. There are stronger rums than that, like dark rums that I've had, which are actually quite nice and smooth, you know, I guess more expensive rums. So yeah, I was quite a fan of rum, like dark rum. I also didn't mind the odd Dragon Stout, which is again a Jamaican stout. So, you know, something like Guinness, their equivalent of, but more sweet. So Dragon Stout has got a slightly sweet tang to it. You know the way that Guinness has got a bitter tang? Dragon Stout is somewhat bitter, but it's got like this slightly sweet taste to it. So Dragon Stout, rum. I always like Bailey's, Kahlua. Certain cocktails, you know, White Russian. Stuff like that. Big up Prav. How about you? What are some of your favorites? Ali says, Chris Eubank got himself a new Christmas gift in Dubai. 6x6 G-Wagon. Very nice. Evil Uncle Phil says, no, Hatman, with ice in a mix of Ray and Nephew is fine. Not for me, it ain't. Ray and Nephew smells horrible and it tastes horrible. And you can't disguise the taste of Ray and Nephew. No matter what you put it in, you can always smell it. It's nasty. And that's coming from someone that drank it plenty of times back in the days. In my 20s, I was no stranger to Ray and Nephew, trust me, but that stuff is nasty. As far as vodka, Russian Standard vodka was always my favorite. Russian Standard, but they barely sell, well, they don't sell it in UK supermarkets anymore, as far as I'm aware. You might still be able to get it at like independent off licenses. The Russian Standard is real smooth as vodkas go. You know, generally with many spirits, the cheaper, the harsher they're gonna taste. And you know, Russian Standard, not super expensive, but a much smoother taste than something like, there are different types of Smirnoff and whatever, but smoother than Smirnoff and smoother than most of the vodkas you'll have had. So yeah, Russian Standard. There's also Stoli. Is it Stolianov? Is that another Russian one or is it Polish? I forget now, but yeah. I always did like Russian Standard. We got Matt Borgerson for the super chat. He says, I'm allergic to alcohol. Lots of people apparently are. Have you heard about this, Hatman? I was in hospital for it because of breathing issues to it. I haven't actually heard of anyone being allergic to alcohol before, but I guess you can be allergic to anything, right? I mean, there are people that are allergic to cotton wool. You know, you can be allergic to anything. So I'm not shocked, but I haven't necessarily heard about that before. And you know what? If you are allergic to alcohol, it's a blessing in disguise. It's a blessing in disguise, bro. Big up D-Man for the super chat. He says, Hatman, have you seen the American girl go crazy for AJ? Or the American girls go crazy for AJ? I thought it would happen. Yes, I have seen some of those videos going around. It's like AJ reborn, isn't it? Because that's what was going on when he first burst onto the scene in the United Kingdom. And now it's happening all over again in the United States because he beat Jake Paul. Sam O'Donoghue says, Beamish is another Irish stout. Apparently very sweet. Not had it yet, though. Yeah, I used to hear about Beamish back in the days. I've never had it either. But I did hear people mention Beamish this, Beamish that. But yeah, never had it. Guinness, far more famous. Oh, damn. Matt says, histamines and alcohol cause me to have runny nose, breathing difficulties, and have hives all over my throat and face. Again, it's a blessing in disguise, bro. Hazaroth says alcohol should be illegal. I don't personally agree with that, but I respect your view. Telstar says, I use Russian Standard to make Moscow Mule. Very good vodka. Yeah, very smooth. D-Man says, Russian Standard is so hard to get now. It was my favorite. See, there you go. It ain't just me, folks. There are other people co-signing Russian Standard. And in fact, that's why Russian Standard is dangerous. Because Russian Standard is so much less harsh and easy to drink than most other vodkas you'll have tried. You know, you drink more of it because it's so smooth and unharsh. Matt Borgerson says, AJ's ex-girlfriends were gorgeous. Always thought Cara Delevingne was pretty nice. Yeah, I don't keep up with who AJ's dating, and I don't know who Cara Delevingne is. I'll look her up. D-Man says, would you rather your kid be a dopehead or an alkie? I'd rather they be neither, obviously. But at least being an alkie, somebody doesn't necessarily come into contact too much with the criminal underworld. Whereas being a dopehead, they do. And alcohol generally is a lot cheaper than hard narcotics. So I'm going to look up this Cara Delevingne. Never heard of her. Okay, Cara Delevingne. From Hammersmith, United Kingdom, 33 years of age. I don't know who this is. Are you saying this lady was dating AJ, or are you just saying you like her in general? You got Matt, he says, alcohol withdrawal can kill you when you try to quit. Heroin is more of a feels like you're gonna die, but you'll survive situation. Xanax, alcohol, kill. Yeah. I guess if someone is that much of a hardcore drinker, there can be serious withdrawal symptoms. But there isn't the physical pain from quitting drinking like you get from heroin, right? Where there's actual stomach cramps and all this other weird stuff you have to endure in order to come off it. And so people will, to some extent, stay on it so they don't have to face all of the pain that they're gonna suffer when they try to quit. Okay, Matt says she was dating AJ. Okay. D-Man disagrees. He says they never dated. She was just after him and took a photo together. I got no idea. Johnny says it's cap. They didn't date. I've got no idea, bro. I don't follow AJ's dating life like that. Fernie G says nothing more refreshing than a classic, well-made margarita. Cheers, mate. From Las Vegas. Sin City. We got Matt for the super chat. He says most friends who quit, or most fiends, excuse me, just end up on subboxing. Mark Hatch says alcohol is way safer. WTF. Well, as I understand it, and I could be wrong here, but this is what I've heard and read over the years. If it's like pure brown, I'm gonna call it brown from now for the sake of the algorithm, right? I don't want to get this demonetized. Because once you start talking about certain subjects, yeah, that can happen. But if it's like pure brown, like medical grade brown, you can function and live a pretty healthy life on it, as I understand it, long term. One of the problems is that people that use it are not using good quality stuff. They're using stuff that's cut with all sorts of things. They're sharing needles, so on and so forth. And they're also malnourished a lot of the time. But as I understand it, if you were to be in like a medical setting and you were to take that stuff on a weekly basis, you could live, from what I've heard and read, a pretty normal life, supposedly. From a health perspective, supposedly. Whereas with alcohol, I don't think that's possible because alcohol is literally poison. So I don't think you can be avoiding health consequences drinking it consistently like that. But it's kind of a moot point maybe because which fiends are actually going to be able to get hold of medical grade brown? Do you know what I mean? Virtually none of them. Okay, interesting question from QS. He says, why do you think DAZN or any other network haven't picked up Duke McKenzie yet? I used to like his commentary and punditry back on the ITV days and also the Sky days. He did commentary or punditry, excuse me, for Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, the first fight, for example, back in '96. Well, I don't know whether he wants to do or is available to do punditry, because that's a job. You know, you're expected to turn up and travel and all that kind of thing. Maybe he has commitments that would preclude him from doing that. Another possibility is that he is unwilling to bite his tongue and toe the company line. I mean, Eddie Hearn literally said out loud in an interview he did recently that Dave Allen basically needs to toe the Matchroom line. That he's being too negative on Matchroom fighters and needs to toe the line, and kind of insinuated that he might not continue on as a pundit if he doesn't. So perhaps that's I mean, obviously, Duke McKenzie has recently upset Eddie Hearn with the Conor Benn stuff. And as far as Frank Warren, maybe Frank Warren's looking at Duke McKenzie and thinking, nah, man, he's not going to hold his tongue when I need him to hold his tongue. He's already upset Eddie. Maybe he'll upset me soon. A big up Gaz for the super chat. He says, can you give us a Zerdo Opataya breakdown? I got Zerdo. So I certainly don't think it's a mismatch because Zerdo Ramirez is slow. He's not an athlete at all, but he's a lot more defensively responsible than Jai Opataya. Jai Opataya is a hothead. They're almost polar opposites from a personality perspective. Zerdo Ramirez is a very calm guy, kind of a quiet personality, but he's physically tough. And because he's slow, he has to be immaculate technically. He's not perfect technically at all, but he's pretty good technically. He always keeps his hands up and his chin down. The very, very basics. He spins out of the pocket. Oftentimes, he keeps his opponents turning. He doesn't make as many silly defensive mistakes as Opetaia does. So I can see why there are people picking Zerto to win. I just think Opetaia's got a really strong will. He's powerful. He's fast. He's athletic. And although his last few performances haven't impressed a lot of people, when he fought Breedis twice, he got the job done. And Breedis, certainly the first time they fought, was an elite fighter. So I think that there might be an element with Opetaia of fighting to the level of his opposition. Opetaia is an angry man. And he's super angry these days, extra angry these days, because Zerto won't fight him, and Mikhailian, we'll see whether he'll fight him, but Baddy Jack certainly wouldn't when he was WBC champion. So Opetaia's then resigning himself to have to make these defenses against miscellaneous opposition, and he's upset about that. So he goes in there angry, looking to take out his frustration on the opponents, and I think that leads him to being a bit too reckless at times. So I think he'll raise his game, long story short, if he fights Zerto. And he'll need to, because if he doesn't raise his game, he will lose. But I think he will raise his game and beat Zerto Ramirez if they fight in the near future. Big up Gaz for the super chat. Big up Matt Borgerson. He says, I rate CBS win for Jai highly. He schooled him. The CBS win for Jai highly. Jai hasn't fought CBS. Are you referring to a different Jai? I'm confused. Big up Matt. Oh, you meant Zerto. Okay, the Zerto win over CBS. Yeah, it was a good win. He totally schooled him. And I'm not making excuses for CBS at all, but it appeared to me that CBS underestimated how good Zerto was, because he seemed kind of taken aback in that fight. He seemed a bit surprised to me in that fight. I don't think CBS can beat Zerto, no matter what kind of preparation he has. Let me be clear. But I do think he didn't expect Zerto to be that good. To be that good technically. I thought, my perception was that he expected Zerto to be easier to get to. Big up Proud for the super chat. He says, dark question. If your life depended on it, which fighter, past or present, would you pick to save your life? You don't know the opponent. To save my life? If you can clarify the question a bit, my bro. Save my life in what context? And what do you mean by you don't know the opponent? Do you mean like in a tag team scenario where I'm in the ring and I'm getting beaten and then I tag the guy and he gets in and fights for me? I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean down a back alley where I come across some individual wielding a knife and I want a tag team partner in that scenario? Like, what is the context, Prav? And I'll be able to answer better. Big up Warren for the super chat. He says, I used to love your videos on old boxers, wondering if Ricky would get his own video. Love your channel. Big up Warren. I could do a video on Ricky Hatton, a career review, but, RIP to Ricky Hatton. I have to be honest, I never really rated Ricky Hatton that highly. And so if I did do a career review, it would be, difficult to disguise the fact I've got nothing against. I never had anything against Ricky Hatton, at all. But just from an objective boxing perspective, I never thought he was that good. And also, I didn't really like his boxing style because it was very messy. Hatton wasn't a real clean puncher. He was kind of a mauler, like John Ruiz, for example, the former heavyweight champion. He was also like a mauler, or on a lower level, Matt Skelton, the former British heavyweight champion. He was also a mauler. So a lot of the work was really scrappy and just unclean. Just, for me, not very entertaining to watch. A Matt Skelton or certainly a John Ruiz was painful to watch because he was just so sloppy and scrappy and such a mauler. And Ricky Hatton's similar. His work was just not that clean. The punches weren't that clean. It was very, very scrappy style, which for me wasn't that pleasing to watch. But like I say, I could do a Ricky Hatton career review. I watched his career throughout. I remember his fights coming up against John Thaxton and Eamon McGee, people like that. Obviously, when he beat Costa Zoo for the title, etc. But big up Warren. I often get requests to make career reviews. I don't think I've got one for Ricky Hatton before. But I've had one for Nigel Benn, and that will probably be the next career review that I do, is a Nigel Benn career review. Big up Warren. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, people thought Zerda would lose to Gulamarian too. That's right, yeah. I'm not sure whether he was an underdog or not for Gulamarian, but there were plenty of people picking Gulamarian for the win. Gulamarian was, WBA champion at the time? I'm looking for Prav's follow-up comment here so I can answer his question. Has he made a follow-up comment? I hope so, because I want to answer his question. Regarding which fighter I would pick to save my life. Don't see a follow-up yet. So I will wait for that, Prav, and answer your question. I just need some clarification on the question. Okay, big up Matt. He says, Zerda will beat Benavidez' decision. Hot take. That wouldn't shock me. That wouldn't shock me. That's why I'm saying, let's see how Benavidez gets on at cruiserweight. Because I don't think that's a gimme at all. I mean, I do think Benavidez will win. But I'm not super confident. It's not like I'm as confident of a Benavidez win over Zerda as I was over Anthony Yard. Benavidez, yeah, I think he'll beat Zerdo, but an upset is possible to me in that fight. But again, to make it clear, I would pick Benavidez in the fight, but I don't think it's a walk in the park for him. Both guys obviously moving up from super middleweight originally. I just think that Benavidez' speed will make the difference. And both guys are high work rate. Zerdo is and Benavidez is. I just think Benavidez' speed will probably make the difference there. So that's an interesting one from Ali. He says, would the BBC and Ben Shalom take on Duke McKenzie as a commentator? I think the BBC would. I'm not sure about Ben Shalom, though. I think Ben Shalom, like the other promoters, would like someone that's going to toe the company line. Big up Mark, he says, big up Hatman. Does Nigel Benn deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? If Arturo Gatti's in the Hall of Fame and Mickey Ward's in the Hall of Fame, then there's no reason why Nigel Benn shouldn't be. So yeah. Is he in the Hall of Fame? Nigel Benn, I'm not sure. But it's like somebody else on a previous stream said, it is called the Hall of Fame and not the Hall of Achievement. Because sometimes people are baffled as to why certain individuals get in the Hall of Fame. And then you turn around and think, well, it's called the Hall of Fame. Do you know what I mean? It's not called the Hall of Achievement. And perhaps it's, despite being called the Hall of Fame, perhaps it was originally supposed to be a Hall of Achievement. You know, you only get in there if you achieve a certain amount. But in practice, it appears to be the case that they also induct people who were just popular rather than being particularly great. Bexy says, Hatman, what's the climate like in Zambia? It's very nice. It's kind of a relatively warm climate, although it's seasonal. There are 3 seasons in Zambia: dry season, rainy season, and winter. Winter is the inverse of winter in the UK, for example. Winter in the UK is in like December, January, February. Or yeah, November, December, January, December, January, February, 3 months. December, January, February. That's winter in the UK. Whereas in Zambia, winter is in June, July, August. That's their winter. Or maybe they just have 2 months of winter. But either way, it's in what would be the British summer. That's when Zambia's having their winter, when it gets relatively cool. For the rest of the year, you're talking about high 20s, low 30s Celsius most days. Big up Warren, he says, is the BBC trustworthy? In general, absolutely not. I mean, it's one of the least trustworthy news organizations you could possibly imagine. But for boxing, you know, you make a good point, because the BBC like to push all sorts of agendas, don't they? And how long will it be before they're insisting that the boxing commentators need to partake in pushing their socio-political agendas? Would Duke McKenzie want to be part of that? Because Duke McKenzie has made it pretty clear that he's not really a fan of female boxing. Is someone like that going to get, you know, if they were allowed to commentate boxing on the BBC, Drew McKenzie might have done some commentary work for the BBC back in the days. I think he actually did, alongside that Irish guy. Or maybe I'm misremembering, but either way, it's a different day and time now, and there are different agendas being pushed. Would Duke McKenzie be happy to go along with pushing that stuff? I don't know. He's enjoying speaking his mind, and he just started a YouTube channel, which has already picked up a decent amount of subscribers in a short space of time. So, yeah, the 3-minute rounds for that Baumgardner fight the other day were just horrific. Matt Duke says, any golf courses out there? Yep, there are golf courses. I've seen one recently. Drove past one in a cab. So yep, there are golf courses, certainly in the Lusaka area. Unsurprisingly, I didn't see any, there might be some, I'm sure, Zambians playing golf. It was all foreigners. that I saw in the golf course, like Chinese guys and white guys that I saw in that golf course. Big up Matt, he says, Victoria Falls is breathtaking, incredible sight. Yeah, I've not been to Victoria Falls, but from all the neutral people that I've heard from and spoken to, Victoria Falls is more impressive from the Zimbabwe side. Victoria Falls is actually in Zambia, it's not in Zimbabwe. But you can view it from Zimbabwe, and all the neutral, and even the footage I've seen looks more impressive from the Zimbabwe side. It's still impressive from the Zambia side, but it just looks more impressive from the Zimbabwe side. And you can actually sit on the edge of the waterfall if you're, into doing risky stuff. From the Zambia side, you obviously can't do that from the Zimbabwe side because, as I say, the actual falls themselves are not in Zimbabwe. They're in Zambia. Zambia and Zimbabwe border each other. And, the Victoria Falls is right on the border. Matt also says, Zambia is a must-visit, amazing place. Big up, Matt. Is English the official language? Yeah, it's one of the official languages. It's ubiquitous here in Zambia. Everyone speaks English. And as Africans go, I would say Zambians are maybe in the top 5 English speakers. I've met and spoken to Africans from all over the continent. And you won't find many that speak better English than Zambians do. Like, for example, if you go to Tanzania, they barely speak any English at all. Same thing in Ethiopia. They barely speak, not like they have to, I'm not criticizing them for it. There's no reason for them to be adept in English, right? They've got their own languages and that's perfectly fine. But as a monolingual English speaker, if you're traveling to these places, you will need to be aware that, as I say, in Ethiopia, they barely speak English. In Tanzania, they barely speak English. In Uganda, they speak English, but not as well as, in my experience, not as well as Zambians speak English. So Zambia is up there in terms of like African countries for English. I would say top 5 probably. So it makes it easy for a monolingual English speaker. Have I run into any other Caribbeans in Zambia? Well, I'm not sure because, just to give you a little insight, I avoid, for the most part, interacting with Westerners when I move to foreign countries. It was a bit of an exception in Costa Rica because I was living in a gringo town. But in most other countries I've lived in, I try not to interact too much with Westerners. I try to just immerse myself in the locals, or among the locals, should I say. Otherwise, what's the point, I don't want to go somewhere and basically just be living in the UK abroad. I don't want to transplant a UK type social circle to another part of the world. It's just, then you're just basically in the UK from a social perspective. I don't want to do that. I want to actually immerse myself in the local, among the locals. I've encountered people who are from London and America. More Americans than Brits so far. I've had more American accents than British accents in Zambia. Obviously, there are a lot more Americans than Brits because America's a bigger country, so there's that. But yeah, as far as Westerners, I hear far more American accents than British accents. Off the top of my head, I think I can only remember one British accent that I've heard. It was another black British guy who I saw in East Park Mall, who was at one of the currency exchange places. And he was in there. I didn't speak to him. Didn't want to speak to him. I had no desire to speak to him, bro. As you can tell, I'm not really a fan of the diaspora like that. I'm trying to get away from the diaspora. Lewis says, do you use Mac or PC? I use both, but primarily Mac these days. The MacBook is my primary computer. Oh, wow. Matt says, I went to Zambia and got to see the wildebeest migration there. Yeah, people do say that safari in Zambia is very good because of the fact that it's not as popular a country as, let's say, Kenya or even Tanzania or South Africa, right? Zambia is a little obscure. And because it's a bit obscure, the safari tours are not as packed, and therefore you may actually get a better experience than you would get in, and a cheaper experience too, than you would get in somewhere like Kenya or other places where they do safari. So yeah, I have heard that safari is good in Zambia, underrated. You got Matt, he says, I hope you got yourself a nice lodge from my super chat money. An Airbnb. I'm still looking for an apartment actually. And now that I've got my visa, if you want to call it that, they actually call them permits here. There are visas and permits, but the permit is something that allows you to stay in the country for a prolonged period of time. Now that I have it, I'm now in a better position to actually start looking for a regular house, apartment, whatever, rather than going through Airbnb. Have I tried exotic meats yet? No, and I don't necessarily plan to. Big up D-Man for the super chat. It says, Tanzania used to be cheap for safari. We would go to, oh my gosh, how am I going to pronounce that name? Ngororongo. Is that how you pronounce it? Ngororongo. For $300 to $400 for a trip with hotel. Now you'd be paying $5,000 plus. Wow. How long ago was that? When you were paying $300 to $400? Did I get the pronunciation right? Ngororongo. My pronunciation of African words, obviously there are many different languages in Africa, but generally my pronunciation I don't think is that bad. Okay, D-Man says around 15 to 20 years ago. Mr. Wheel Guitar says Uganda has that mix going through it. I know some great English speakers there, but from certain parts. Yeah, I mean, even in even in Kampala, which is the capital of Uganda, there are some people that speak great English, but other people that speak terrible English. So it's very hit and miss in Uganda. Very, very hit and miss. One of my good friends is Ugandan. He's actually the cousin of one of my exes. And he speaks fantastic English. From the moment he stepped foot in the United Kingdom, his English was great. So he'd learned great English in Uganda, very, very good English. Like damn near flawless, right? But I've met other Ugandans from Kampala and you can barely understand what they're saying and they can barely understand you. So it's hit and miss in Uganda. In Zambia, you meet very, very few people that can't speak good English. Very few. Very, very few. At least in Lusaka. I don't know about the villages and, perhaps there's less competence in English speaking outside of Lusaka. But in Lusaka, it is rare. I've come across maybe one or two that don't speak good English, but the vast majority speak very good English. So like I say, for a monolingual English speaker, it's easy to communicate in Zambia. The only thing I will say is, and this is the case with America too, and even Australia, you know, other places where people speak English, is they have different meanings for certain words. So that might confuse you a bit, right? Also, you know, when, you know, in England or even in America, if someone says, if you say so, they're generally being sarcastic and maybe they're being a bit rude when they say, if you say so. Whereas Zambians, when they say, if you say so, it's not actually rude to them. You know, it's weird to me. It takes a little getting used to that people just drop if you say so all the time. And it's like, are you being rude or what? They're not being rude. That's just the way they use. And another one is they'll ask you a question and say, or what, at the end. And again, in Britain, that's seen as kind of rude. We're going to go, or what? It's like, why are you getting feisty? Whereas in Zambia, that is even said in polite conversation. Do you know what I mean? They'll say, or what, at the end of a question, and it's like, they're not actually being rude with it. They say it in polite conversation. So yeah, there are certain kind of peculiarities like that that take getting used to. And I've mentioned before, they have different definitions for certain words. Like, for example, in America, they call certain types of shoes sneakers. In Britain, those same types of shoes are called trainers. But in Britain, they also use the word sneakers and trainers interchangeably. Whereas in Zambia, sneakers and trainers are not the same thing. They're very clearly defined different things. Sneakers are basically fashion trainers, whereas trainers are running shoes. So they do a lot of that in Zambia, where they remix these words and give them different definitions than we would have in Britain, right? The same thing with apartments, right? In Zambia, an apartment is a furnished house. They call that an apartment. If it's unfurnished, they call it a flat. So they use a different word depending on whether it's furnished or unfurnished. That can cause confusion. It caused confusion for me, yeah? Because they're confused as to why I'm saying, hang on, this flat ain't furnished. Yeah, it's a flat. What are you talking about? Of course it's not furnished, it's a flat. Yeah, so there are some cultural confusions like that. I'll big up D-Man for the super chat. He says, Tanzania used to be cheap for safari. Okay, no, I've read that one. Big up Pro Gamer Sam. He says, can I retire in Zambia or Kenya with 100K savings? Can you retire in Zambia or Kenya with 100K savings? I mean, only if you want to live like a king. Do you want to live like a king? I mean, is that a trick question? To put it in perspective, you can rent a 2-bedroom house in Zambia in a nice neighborhood for about somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 kwacha, which would be the equivalent of, let me get it up here. So let's go for the upper amount, 10,000, 2-bedroom house in a nice neighborhood. You're talking about £300 a month to rent a 3-bedroom house. Buying houses is also cheap, but bear in mind, like in most African countries, you cannot freehold land as a foreigner. So if you buy a house or buy land or whatever, it's going to be on a 99-year lease. So if that bothers you, then you need to take that into account. One of the few countries in Africa where foreigners can freehold land, like own the land outright, own the property outright, is South Africa. Obviously in South Africa, there's all sorts of cultural issues, safety issues that you have to take into account as well. But as far as like owning property and land, from a freehold perspective, South Africa is one place you can do that. As a foreigner. But, you know, South Africa is relatively cheap. Zambia is cheap. I can tell you that. You know, property is cheap. Renting is very cheap. Food is cheap. It's just cheap generally. I'll big up Warren for the super chat. He says, I'm half English, half Portuguese. I live in England, but these days I hear so much about English culture. What's your opinion on that? What do you mean with regards to hearing about English culture? Like, what aspects of English culture are you referring to? And I'll give you my view on it. Afro Jam says, do you plan on learning a local language? I've got 2 books, right, to learn the basics of Bemba and Nyanja. When I tell you I don't even know a single word in Bemba or Nyanja. I've been here like 3 months, I don't know a single word, bro. And I've been interacting with the locals. I have not interacted with any foreigners, only local, only Zambians. I don't know a single word. I don't know any of their words, bro. I'm just terrible with languages. Some people are terrible with languages, and I'm one of them. I'm just terrible with languages, bro. I find it really hard to pick languages up. I was living in Costa Rica for years, and I barely know any Spanish. So, unfortunately, that is one of my weaknesses. I'm just no good at learning languages. The place, for some bizarre reason, because they say that Arabic is one of the most difficult languages in the world. I didn't realize that, but for some bizarre reason, I managed to pick up more Arabic than any other language that I've attempted to speak. Somehow, some way, for whatever reason, I found Arabic a little easier to pick up. Even though it's meant to be the most difficult, one of the top 3 or top 5 most difficult languages in the world. And I'm not fluent in Arabic by any means. I just know some random Arabic words and sentences, that's it. I mean, we all know some Arabic, right? Because Islam is a very big religion. And pretty much everyone knows the Islamic greeting, which is Arabic. Salam alaikum. May peace be upon you. So we all know. So, and a lot of people in the West, because of the popularity of Dubai these days, they've come to learn the word Habibi, which is a term of endearment for men. For a woman, you would say Habibti. Big up Warren. I'm just waiting for Warren to follow up with a comment to just clarify his question. He says he keeps hearing about English culture. What's your opinion on that? Do you mean my opinion on English culture in general, or the way English culture has changed? Like, what do you mean? BG London says £300 a month, that's early 90s price. Yeah, indeed. 2-bedroom house, I mean, I live in a gated community, and the 2-bedroom houses around here are literally £300 a month. And they're new as well. So it's very cheap. Big up D-Man, he says, I picked Arabic quick because of Swahili. You should pick up Swahili easy then. Lots of similarities. Yeah, I've heard there's lots of similarities with Arabic and Swahili. I've heard that from Arabic speakers. And I've been trying to learn Swahili. I know a few words. I could say excuse me, which is samahani. What else can I say? Ninafahamu Kiswahili kidogo. Ninafahamu Kiswahili kidogo. That means I speak Swahili a little bit. Hapana means I don't understand. Big up Adam for the super chat. He says, how is Zambian music? You know, one thing I found is that, well, Zambians make a lot of different, they have their own traditional music, which is popular here. But they also like Amapiano, which is a South African music genre. And Zambian artists make Amapiano too, some of them. And you also find Zambians that make, surprise, surprise, rap music. And truth be told, bro, when I've been riding in some of these cabs, there's a cab, an Uber type app here called Yango, which is pretty good. And when I've been taking these Yango cabs here and there, the cab drivers will be playing their music a lot of the time. So I've heard some Zambian hip hop, and I'm not gonna lie, it was actually fire. I'm telling you, bro, I got no idea what they're saying, but the flows and the beats and everything were on point. I was like, damn, some of this Zambian rap is actually fire. Because some of them, like Zambian rappers, they'll be rapping in their language, then they'll come out with a random English word or English sentence, you know? So you can understand bits and pieces of it. And yeah, it sounded good. I'm not even gonna lie. It sounded good. Well, big up Adam for the super chat. Big up Pro Gamer Sam. He says, can it be done in Kenya? Also, I love Kenyan women. Kenya's more expensive than Zambia, but still cheaper than the West. Nairobi is the go-to for most Westerners because it's the most developed city. It's a lot more westernized than Zambia is. And Zambia's, starting to become westernized, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not as far along the line as Kenya is. As Afro Soul said earlier on, Kenya is one step away from South Africa in terms of westernization. And by westernization, I'm not talking about infrastructure. I'm talking about culturally. Yeah. So Zambia is becoming more westernized, but it's not as far along. And I'm not saying that from the perspective of westernization being good. One of the reasons I came here is because I wanted to get away from modern Western culture. Yeah. Because modern Western culture obviously is not the same as Western culture several decades ago. But like the modern Western culture, I'm trying to get away from that. And that's one of the reasons I came to Zambia. And that's one of the reasons I didn't choose Kenya. Because really and truly, Kenya would be easier for me to move to. The visas are much easier. There's less issues with power outages in somewhere like Nairobi. So Kenya is really easier to move to. They've got a remote workers visa in Kenya, which I could apply for and get easily. And I think it gives you like a year that you can stay in Kenya and you just re-up every year, or maybe it's 2 years, I forget now. Because I checked out the Kenya, basically digital nomad visa, and also Mauritius digital nomad visa, and both of them are very good. And they'll keep you in the country perpetually for years. Do you know what I mean? Zambia doesn't have anything like that. So trying to remain in the country long term is very difficult if you're a remote worker. If you have a job for a company that's based in Zambia, even if it's a foreign company, like you're in the mining industry or whatever the case may be, something like that, it's quite easy to stay in Zambia long term as long as you are working for that company. But as someone like me, who is a digital nomad, whose businesses are registered in foreign countries, it's difficult to stay here. Right? They don't have visas that cater for that. So you have to try and find workarounds, which are not ideal, But Kenya has a digital nomad visa. So there's no issue with Kenya. Big up Super for the super chat. He says, thoughts about DAOs like Euphoria, fairly entertaining, but kind of promoting how amazing. Musculators warning about grows. I am completely lost. What are DAOs? I'm completely lost there, bro. You'll need to explain all this stuff. I'm ignorant to everything that you're talking about. D-House like Euphoria? And Gruds? What are Gruds? Someone in the chat, please enlighten me. I am a man in my mid-40s, so I am not as up on these terms as you youngsters are. So please enlighten me here. Be age conscious. Be age conscious here. I am an old man. Big up D-Man, he says, look at places like Kisumu, much different to Nairobi, less westernized. Oh, okay. Oh, is that? Oh, I see. All right. Shows promoting narcotics. All right. Yeah, so I recently did a Patreon episode where I talked about Breaking Bad. And in my opinion, Breaking Bad was partly designed on some level to actually popularize meth use. To glamorize it. That's my opinion. And one of the other examples one of the things I raised, right, during that episode is I talked about how in the 1980s in America, you can go back and look at these news reports. When crack came out, the news reports were ostensibly condemning it, but literally informing people about it, such that obviously people are going to want to try it. There's this new form of Coke on the market. It gives you a much bigger high. It's much cheaper. This is literally what they were saying in the news reports during the 80s in America. You can go watch them. It's wild. It is wild, bro. And so while ostensibly they're claiming to condemn it, by giving out the information that they gave, they were literally promoting it. And, I talked about Breaking Bad basically being like a suburban male fantasy. It's like the ultimate, people, the vast majority of people who are into true crime are people that have never participated in any crime in their lives. But they're fascinated and obsessed with the criminal world. And so for people like that, Breaking Bad is like their ultimate fantasy. Because look at the characters in Breaking Bad. You got a school teacher and basically an upper middle class suburban kid who become like these meth kingpins. The most unlikely story ever. But as I say, it's like a male suburban fantasy. And the friends of Jesse Pinkman in particular, they're all, happy-go-lucky, jolly. You don't really see any downside for the friends of Jesse Pinkman with regards to the use. Maybe with Pinkman you do, but that's more associated with his mental health and, other stuff. But with his friends, it's like they use and their lives never seem to go down the drain. And it's really portrayed and displayed in a very fun way, So I think that show on some level, and I'm not saying the makers of the show necessarily wanted it to promote that substance, but I think the people who backed it, financed it, and pushed it on some level were looking for that effect. That's my opinion. Because before that show, that substance wasn't as known about, particularly outside of the United States. After that show came out, I'm telling you, the usage of that stuff skyrocketed outside of America, maybe in America too. So big up Super for the super chat. Warren says, Usyk or Crawford fighter of the year or any other. TalkSport gave it to Crawford. I'd probably give it to Crawford. Yeah, because Usyk was just beating somebody he'd already beaten before in Daniel Dubois. He did it impressively, but he's already beaten that guy. And Dubois is no Canelo in terms of pound for pound greatness. So I'd go with Crawford. Sam Donahue says, is Akon still loved in Africa? Yeah. As an artist, I'd say so, but depends on the country, because in some countries, they really don't listen to Akon at all. I mean, if you go to Ethiopia, I'm sure some people in Addis and places like that might know who Akon is, but in many African countries, they're so immersed in their own music. You know, Akon is a Senegalese American. So they won't necessarily be that bothered or pay much attention to artists from other parts of Africa in many instances. They're very, very much immersed in their own local music in a lot of countries, or music from neighboring countries as well. Big up Warren. GMS Nightmare says, what percentage of people in Zambia know who Usyk is? I don't know, but I would imagine it's extremely low. Very, very low. I would imagine it's incredibly low. Incredibly low. You know, Zambia is not a big boxing country, so. Warren says, have you ever watched JCS on YouTube? I don't think so. Is that the channel name, JCS? Or is that an acronym that I'm not, is that the initials of somebody's name? Or an acronym for the channel name? Carpen says, tight, tight, tight. Yeah, Tuco was a crazy character. And, you know, I was speaking about people that have been in the X-Files on a previous stream the other day. Tuco was also in the X-Files. Anyone remember the episode that Tuco was in? Tuco from Breaking Bad? Yeah, he was in the X-Files too. Jack Black was in the X-Files. Ryan Reynolds was in the X-Files. That Italian-American actor from Avatar, whose name I forget, he was in the X-Files. And even Tuco from Breaking Bad was in the X-Files. Everyone was in the X-Files back in the days. So many, you know, talented young actors got their first, or one of their first roles, big roles in the X-Files. Okay, it's Jim Can't Swim. No, I don't think I've seen that channel, Jim Can't Swim, JCS. I don't think I've seen that. What's the channel about? Is he a traveling channel, a travel channel? Okay, They're saying it's a crime channel. His content fell off though. Yeah, I'm not really into crime channels, to be honest. I'm not really a big true crime guy like that. In terms of like just regular gangsters and gangs, and I'm not really into that kind of content. I find serial killer stuff more interesting because obviously serial killers are a lot more rare than drug dealers and gangsters. But like I find them more interesting because I'm trying to work out what makes them tick and why they do what they do. Whereas like gang members and gangsters, their psychology is pretty straightforward, you know? It's not that complicated. And therefore not that interesting, to me anyway. Have I been to Sudan? No, I haven't. And I'm sad to see war in any country. It's a terrible thing. But even more so in Sudan because of the deep, deep cultural and civilization history they have in Sudan. Obviously with the civilization of Kush, ancient Nubia, and so on. And many of the monuments, unfortunately, are being destroyed in the current conflict. I saw a Sudanese exile who's a woman who somehow was connected to or maybe in charge of a lot of the antiquities in Sudan. She somehow had something to do with the antiquities in Sudan anyway. And she believes, it's her opinion, that a lot of those antiquities are being deliberately targeted for destruction right now with the current conflict going on. We're talking about Sudan, not Southern Sudan. And that's a massive shame. So no, I haven't been to Sudan. I would love to go, but unfortunately, the country is in such a terrible political state at the minute that it's just not safe to go there. And I fear that if I ever do get a chance to go there, some of the things that I would have liked to have seen, the ancient sites and whatnot, may have been destroyed by then. It's very sad. Because of course, Sudan is like one of the three, well, let me not say three, but certainly Nubia is one of the most ancient civilizations in the world. In the view of many, it actually predates ancient Egypt and was actually the precursor to ancient Egypt. The Sudanese or the Nubian culture is what spawned the ancient Egyptian culture. And the ancient Egyptians basically took the baton and did everything bigger and better than their Nubian predecessors. BG London says, I think there's pyramids in Sudan. Well, there's more pyramids in Sudan than there is in Egypt. I'm not sure exactly how many more. It might be like twice as many. They're not as big or as impressive, most of them, as the pyramids in Egypt. But yeah, there's more pyramids in Sudan than there is in Egypt. Although the biggest and most impressive pyramid that is known to have existed in Sudan, unfortunately, is in ruins now. And that was the pyramid of, oh God, what's the guy's name now? The famous Sudanese pharaoh. God, what's his name? Taharqa. Yeah, the famous Sudanese pharaoh Taharqa, Nubian pharaoh Taharqa. His pyramid was pretty big, like a similar size to some of the Egyptian pyramids, but unfortunately it's pretty much been completely destroyed. I think it was by like invaders at some point in history came in and destroyed the thing. So now you've basically just got the ruins of it, of that pyramid. But Taharqa's pyramid was pretty big, like similar to an Egyptian pyramid. Taharqa is, again, was a Nubian pharaoh, part of the 25th dynasty of ancient Egypt, because at the time, obviously, the Nubians invaded Egypt and conquered it, and they ruled Egypt for just under a century. And the 25th dynasty I'm talking about. And that is how Taharqa wound up making it into the Bible. So that particular Nubian pharaoh is mentioned in the Bible. And interestingly, he's mentioned in favorable terms. So they mention him like favorably in the Bible. He's cast in a good light in the Bible. I forget in fact, let me look it up. What do they call Tahako in the Bible? Because they use a slightly different version of his name. Okay, so apparently in the Bible, he's just described as Tehaka in the Bible, or the king of Cush. So his name was Tahako or Tahaka, but it's spelled differently in the Bible. In the Bible, it's spelled Tirhakah, the king of Cush. As I was described in the Bible. But yeah, he's mentioned in a favorable light. And that was a real pharaoh. And he is also famously a pharaoh, Tahaka, who proclaimed himself to be emperor of the world. Emperor of the world. There you go. How's that for getting carried away? I had at least one boss back in the days who thought he was the emperor of the world. Any of you ever had a boss like that? Someone who literally acted like they were the king of the planet? Almost, the way they act, it's almost as if they feel like they own you. No wonder I don't like working for people. Ali says, what is 2026 going to have for us in boxing? What do you think? I think AJ versus Partridge will probably happen. But it depends on Partridge. The only person, as long as both guys win their next tune-up fights or stay busy fights, it should happen unless Partridge don't want it to happen. He's the only person who can stop it, as far as I'm concerned. So it's on Partridge. Let's see whether he wants it or not. If he does want it, then it will happen. Other than that, the rise of Moses Itama will continue. I think he'll deal with Jermaine Franklin. I'm not sure whether he'll stop him or not, but I'm sure he'll win without any controversy. And Frank Warren said he's looking to get Itama to challenge for a version of the heavyweight title towards the back end of 2026. We might see that. If we don't see him challenge for a version of the heavyweight title towards the back end of next year, I think we'll see him in a big fight, in against a big name, maybe a final eliminator, something like that. So that's what we're going to get. I hope we end up getting Boots Ennis versus Virgil Ortiz, but according to Dan Brayfield, the problem is with Ortiz and his management. That's the holdup. They're not happy with the money. De La Hoya apparently is not the issue. De La Hoya apparently is actually pressuring Ortiz to take the fight, because he's being pressured by DAZN to get Ortiz to take the fight. The problem appears to be Ortiz himself and his management, who want more money. Not Boots. Boots is all in. According to Dan Brayfield, he's all in. So, disappointing. I hope that Ortiz and his management stop messing about and give us that fight in 2026. That'd be good. We'll see maybe some clarity with the 168-pound division, because it doesn't seem like Crawford's going to hang around there. We don't know what Canelo's doing. You got the emergence of Hamza Shiraz. You got Diego Pacheco. You got Christian and Billy and a few others. There could be some interesting fights there in 2026. The cruiserweight division, well, we're going to see Zerto versus Zerto versus Benavidez. Hopefully the winner fighting Opataya, but we'll see about that as well in 2026. Will Conor Benn actually fight someone in his weight class that's world class? Will he do that in 2026? We'll see. Big up D-Man. He says, do rich Zambians treat working class ones with respect? Classism in Africa was always really bad. You know, I'm not sure. I don't know. And one of the reasons I'll say I don't know is because most of the Zambians I've interacted with are like, I mean, other than Yango drivers and, you know, people that work in shops, in terms of like my social life here, pretty much all the Zambians I interact with are middle class or better. And I do that because obviously when you start interacting with poorer Zambians, they can start plotting on you, just the same as people from any other developing country. You start interacting with people that don't have much money, they can start plotting. So I tend to socialize with Zambians that have a bit of money and live a decent life. I haven't seen them mistreat poorer Zambians, but I don't know. I haven't seen them talk disparagingly about them or seen them mistreat them. But who knows what they do when they're not in my company? I couldn't tell you. Maybe the longer I stay here, the more I'll be able to speak to that, whether it's true or not. You know what I mean? What I can say is, and this is very common in Africa, obviously, that most or a very high percentage of like middle class and upper class Zambians have got maids and servants, right? House help. And when you are coming from the West and you tell, not just Zambians, but most Africans, that you don't have housekeepers and, you know, maids and stuff like that, most people don't have that in the UK, they're mind blown. They can't believe that, you know, you're coming from the UK and you don't have like a maid and stuff like that. They can't believe it. Because it's so normal for like middle class Africans to have maids and housekeepers and gardeners and all sorts of stuff. It's so normal for them. They can't believe someone coming from the West doesn't have the same. Some people in the West do obviously have housekeepers, but it tends to be people that are really well-to-do. And the reason I mention that is because housekeepers obviously get paid very little. And most of the housekeepers here are Zambians. Although you do get some foreign ones, but most of them, from what I've seen, are Zambians. We got Matt for the super chat. He says, do you think AJ should capitalize on his newly found US female fame by fighting a Deontay Wilder just for that star power? It sells out. I said a long time ago that I think Anthony Joshua should retire, and I stand by that. But I said if he insists on continuing, he should only be looking to fight his contemporaries. And Deontay Wilder is one of his contemporaries. So, yeah, I think that's a fight that AJ would do well to target. If he can't get the Partridge fight, fight Wilder. And as you say, it would be potentially big in America now. Wilder has really fallen off. I mean, he's fighting in obscurity. His last fight against, God, I forget the guy's name, some journeyman who was also beaten by a Jagber and beaten by Richard Torres and a bunch of other people. and was a Deontay Wilder fan and actually took a selfie with him back in the days. Wilder fought that fight in some obscure part of the United States in front of a handful of people. He's like come full circle because that's how he came up, fighting on obscure cards. So Wilder has totally fallen off as far as profile in America. But AJ's profile has been elevated because of the Jake Paul fight. So if he were to come together with Wilder in 2026 and fight in America, yeah. But, you know, Wilder might get an Usyk fight before that happens, so that might not be on the table anymore. Big up Matt for the super chat. He says, MGM or maybe somewhere in Vegas. Yeah, it could be big, but will Wilder take that rather than an Usyk fight? I'm not sure. I mean, I want to say that an AJ fight would probably pay him more, wouldn't it? But there isn't as much upside as far as legacy, but maybe Deontay Wilder would go for the extra money because who knows how that separation with his ex has affected him financially, because they were involved not just in a romantic relationship, but also with various business interests, as I understand it. A striker says, how has AJ gotten this US female fame now and not in the Ruiz fight? Do females actually care whether he won or lost? Well, presumably most of those females aren't even aware that the Ruiz fight happened, because Ruiz wouldn't have been on many female radars, would he? Whereas Jake Paul is a social media star. Everyone in America knows who Jake Paul is. And a lot of females don't like Jake Paul. So AJ's got in there and beaten Jake Paul up, broke his jaw. So from the perspective of females, wow, who's this AJ guy that just beat up Jake Paul? Yeah, you have to think of it from the perspective of, most of these new female fans are complete boxing casuals. They don't know anything about boxing. They may not be aware that he lost to Andy Ruiz. Yep, it was, Evil Uncle Phil. It was the perfect PR fight for AJ. And many of us were saying that before the fight. We were saying, from a PR perspective, this is perfect for AJ, this Jake Paul fight. Virtually little to no risk of losing, or very little risk of losing. And a huge upside as far as PR in the United States. Big up Matt, he says, listen up, Andrew Tate versus AJ Netflix. Well, that would be a bigger mismatch than the Jake Paul fight was. I mean, AJ would go through Andrew Tate literally in 1 or 2 rounds. I mean, that'd be such an easy fight, it'd be ridiculous. Andrew Tate can't move like Jake Paul to stay away. And his chin's all the way up in the air to a crazy extent. I mean, that's literally a 1 or 2 round fight. Oh, for PR. Okay. Yeah, it'd be good for PR. For sure. But I don't see Tate taking that fight at all. Even though there'd be loads of money in it. I don't think Tate would want to get sparked out. So I don't see Andrew Tate fighting Anthony Joshua at all. I mean, Tate is already ostensibly a very wealthy man, so presumably he wouldn't need the money. Matt Borgerson says, do you think AJ could make a move in the modeling business after boxing? Doesn't he do modeling already? maybe not catwalk modeling, but he does like, basically sponsorship stuff where he's doing photo shoots and pretty much modeling in it. But yeah, he could, I would imagine. Afro Jump says Tate should fight Paul on his return. I've been saying for the longest time, the first time they mentioned the possibility of Tate taking on Jake Paul was maybe 18 months ago or so. And I said back then, without any hesitation, Jake Paul knocks Andrew Tate out. Jake Paul's much better than Andrew Tate. And that's not coming from the perspective of someone that's trying to hate on Andrew Tate. I find Tate to be a far more intelligent and entertaining social media personality than Jake Paul ever was. But if we're just talking boxing, like Jake Paul's way better. Matt Borgerson says, I don't know who I hate more, Andrew Tate or Jake Paul. Yeah, personally, I don't hate either of them. But, people have their reasons. But I don't hate either of them. Lexio says, saw Avatar 3, it was fantastic. Don't know what Hatman was hating on. To each his own. I wasn't hating on it. I'm just giving my views. I got no reason to hate James. I like the first movie. I love the first movie. But that last movie was absolute garbage. And there's a character in the movie, I think he's called Spider, which is one of the cheesiest characters and most annoying characters I've seen in a big blockbuster for years. I mean, just cheesy, annoying. Oh my God. So cheesy and annoying that I actually watched Mark Commode's review for Avatar Fire and Ash. And Mark Commode, for those of you who don't know, is a British film critic who is basically a lefty. Yeah, a quote-unquote progressive lefty. That's what he is. Very mainstream guy, mainstream thinker. But that character in Avatar 3 was so annoying that even Mark Commode, who's like the leftiest, liberalist guy you'll ever come across, even he was saying the guy was insufferable. So, nah, bro, Fire and Ash for me was just absolute trash. It was horrible. It was overly long. The characters were uninteresting. Visually it's impressive, as all the Avatar movies are, particularly if you see it in high frame rate 3D, which is the way that 3D should always be viewed. James Cameron recently explained why high frame rate 3D is so necessary, and it is. Because when you watch a 3D movie in a normal frame rate, 24 frames, a lot of the edges of objects can appear blurry, okay? And some people get eye strain and stuff when they watch in 3D. That's why some people don't like it. Whereas when you watch a 3D movie in high frame rate, everything appears much sharper, and it makes the depth of field seem a lot deeper. So it's far more immersive when you watch a 3D movie in high frame rate. So I do recommend that if you're gonna watch any 3D movie, if there's an option to watch it in high frame rate, do it. It'll be way better from a visual perspective. But the visuals aside, it was just a convoluted mess of a movie with an uninteresting antagonist and horrible character in that spider guy who's just terribly annoying. Little rubbish subplots that nobody cares. It's just awful, bro. Awful. It was so, there were people that literally walked out. Loads of people, when I went to the cinema to watch it, they walked out. They were like, are you having a laugh? I'm gone. I ain't sitting through 3 hours of this or 3 hours, 20 minutes of this. That was horrible. And the second movie weren't great. But I would say the second movie is better than this movie. The first movie, without a shadow of a doubt, is the best one of the three. So yeah, they like most movie franchises, the movies tend to get worse as you go along. The first is usually the best, second worst, third worst. There are some exceptions, all right? So for example, one of my favorite movies this year, believe it or not, was Final Destination Bloodlines, okay? It's comedy horror, basically, formulaic, ridiculous, but they nailed the formula to such an extent in Bloodlines that for me, it's my favorite movie of the series. And I'm not a big fan of the Final Destination movies. I guess it was kind of a cool concept at the start, but I'm not some big Final Destination fan at all. But they nailed the formula with Final Destination Bloodlines far better than they did for most of the previous movies. So that's one of the cases where you have an exception, where one of the sequels is maybe as good as the original, in my opinion, better. But that's not the norm. Normally, it's the opposite way around, where the first one is the best and they just deteriorate as you go along. And with the Avatar movies, in my opinion, that's certainly the case. First one was the best, second one not as good, third one terrible. Big up GMS Nightmare. He says, what factors make a hardcore boxing fan versus a casual? Mainly knowledge of the sport. Knowledge and understanding of the sport. That's the main thing that differentiates a hardcore from a casual. It's just knowledge and understanding. Because there's a difference, obviously, between knowledge and understanding. Knowledge is just having facts in your head. Understanding is being able to take those facts and process them into a logical and coherent perception. So yeah, that's what I would say is knowledge and understanding is what separates hardcores from casuals. Now, obviously, the behavior of casuals is different because they don't have as much knowledge and understanding as hardcore boxing fans do. That's why they behave in a different way and say different things and view the sport differently. You know, one of the things that casuals will do is they will judge who's going to win or lose a fight based on who looks bigger and stronger and more ripped. That's like a classic casual mistake. And with AJ versus Ruiz, for example, casuals were the ones saying the fight was fixed after the fact. Because they, in their casual mind, they couldn't understand how a short, fat guy can beat this enormous sculpted Adonis in a fight. So there were literally casuals on YouTube making videos saying that it was fixed. And AJ took a dive in the fight. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Cobzilla says Avatar 3 was the best 3D I've seen. It was good 3D. But the other Avatars were good 3D too. You know, the first one was, the second one was. So you could say that the 3D technology and the visual effects overall have improved from one Avatar to the next. But I don't know. I would say because they're trying to do more outlandish stuff with each Avatar movie, it starts to look more and more fake, you know? For me, because the effects were a little less outlandish in the first movie, the world seemed a bit more real to me watching it in 3D. Whereas with the subsequent movies, because they're trying to do so much visual stuff, it looks more fake. But as I say, when you watch it in 3D, in high frame rate, it's definitely very immersive, regardless of what I just said. A big up Matt, he says, Spartacus is my all-time favorite TV series. Haven't seen Spartacus. Big up Matt for the super chat. Jimmy says, I have boxing fights on VHS. I stayed up with my father to watch fights live. I can't be bothered now. Am I a casual? What, because you don't stay up to watch fights live? Hell no, you're not a casual. That doesn't make you a casual. You don't have to watch the fights live. I mean, these days, so many of the fights are uploaded on YouTube anyway. Especially the Turkey Al Sheikh cards. For a while there, he was getting the fights up literally by the Monday or the Tuesday after the fact. I have to imagine DAZN have had a word with him about that. I don't think they liked him doing that. But Turkey was absolutely, you know, the boxing fans were loving Turkey for doing that. We're constantly uploading the pay-per-view full fight in 4K on the Monday after it's happened. Loving it. Who needs to stay up late? Turkey's going to upload it on his channel on the Monday. A big up D-Man for the super chat. Says, if someone uses triangle theory, I know where they are at immediately with the knowledge. And Cobzilla says, how come some fighters are ripped but have bad stamina? Well, because a lot of it's just down to genetics. You know, some people genetically are less disposed or predisposed to retaining subcutaneous fat. There are some people that are in great cardiovascular shape, great boxing shape. They can do the rounds, they can throw the punches. But because of their genetics, they don't have a six-pack, you know? And the opposite is also true. You get some guys who look like they're in great aesthetic shape, so you would assume that their cardio must be on point, but actually not necessarily. Yeah? It's just a genetic thing. Some people are predisposed to carrying more subcutaneous fat than others. Well, yeah, diet is there, but diet's only part of it. It's more so genetics. Because I can tell you there are people that could eat the exact same diet as Andy Ruiz, and they wouldn't be anywhere near as flabby. Yeah, some people are just blessed with a body that will process calories in a more efficient way. Big up, is it Errol PC? For the super chat, he says, what happened to Turkey saying pay-per-view for Riyadh shows will go away? Did he change his mind? So I don't think he changed his mind, in my opinion. I just think that DAZN didn't allow him to do it. They didn't agree. Turkey has a stake in DAZN, but it's a minority stake. He's not a majority shareholder, so or stakeholder. So there's only so much you can do. Do you know what I mean? When you don't have the majority of the company. And therefore, I would guess that even though he tried to use his influence in DAZN, I don't think it was enough. And I think that's why the situation that he described is not happening anymore. No more pay-per-views. Also, because he said it would be from the Yard Benavidez card, the Benavidez Yard card, there'd be no pay-per-views from that. That would be the first one with no more pay-per-views. But DAZN have introduced this next level tier where you get all the pay-per-views for a particular price. So I guess that's the compromise. But remember, he said it was only Riyadh Season and Ring Magazine cards that wouldn't be pay-per-view. He said nothing of standalone Queensbury and Matchroom cards. Yeah, so Matchroom and Queensbury cards are still going to be pay-per-view on DAZN. So you have to bear that in mind. Big up D-Man for the super chat. He says, why out of 1.4 billion people has India not yet made a world-class boxer in your opinion? So I think it's primarily because there's just a lack of boxing culture in India. You know, Indians are not focused on combat sports. I think that's the primary reason. Now, some people could say, maybe it's a phenotypical thing. Maybe they're just not as athletic as other people and whatnot. Well, Amir Khan's from Pakistan, which is basically India, right? Before the British compartmentalized it, Pakistan was part of India. So it's the same phenotype and whatnot. He was world champion. But obviously he became world champion as somebody that was born and raised in Britain. From what I've seen in my lifetime, British Pakistanis tend to be more interested in things like boxing than British Indians do. British Indians tend to be higher up socio-economically than Pakistanis. So in Britain, you know, Indian doctors are pretty common, and Indians in good jobs and all that kind of stuff is pretty commonplace. So, yeah, they're just culturally not focused on combat sports. And maybe they're smart for not being focused. Maybe they're smart for being more focused on other things, because combat sports, that's a hard way to make a living. And it's only a very few who are going to make serious money and come out with their health intact. So, yeah, Indians love cricket, that's for sure. Casa says Indians in general massively outperform Pakistanis in GDP. Yeah, again, I've got no data on what I'm about to say, but I want to say in Britain, Pakistanis tend to really like to set up their own businesses, be it food businesses or other types of businesses. They tend to like to do that a lot rather than working for people, as in working for people outside of their community. Obviously, some of them do, many of them do. But I'm talking about a general trend. Like Pakistanis like to do that. They like to work for themselves or work for their own people and so on. Whereas Indians, as I say, loads of them are doctors and stuff like that. And, you'll find them in corporations with big corporate jobs. I mean, in the British government, you'll find Indian ministers and stuff like that, So Indians, from what I've seen, can I say they're more willing to assimilate? Maybe they're more willing to assimilate. Yeah, I reckon that's probably a fair comment. Indians are more willing to assimilate. Big up Bexy for the super chat. Do you think there's a thing called a Western refugee in modern times? People leaving the West en masse, escaping the crazy, unnatural order? Cheers. Okay, interesting question. I'm not going to go as far as saying refugee, because generally a refugee is somebody that's fleeing some type of conflict or famine or natural disaster. It's not that deep in the West. Most people that flee the West are basically economic migrants, but in the opposite way to economic migrants from developing countries moving to the West. Because many of us who leave the West, one of the main motives is that we will get more bang for our buck in a developing country with a Western income. So, I mean, it's kind of, maybe you could use the word refugee with a small r to describe the exodus from the West right now. Refugee with a small r, not refugee with a big R. But that's a very good question, actually, Bexy. So shout out to you for the question in the super chat, because there absolutely is an exodus, particularly under the Keir Starling government, where higher earners are being targeted and what have you. They're now trying to tax people for their overseas income. They're doing all sorts of stuff now to make living in Britain, particularly for middle or higher income earning people, insufferable. Not like it's great for low income people either. They don't have much money to get taken from them, but people who are doing relatively well for themselves, they're really being hit hard by this current UK government. Yeah, that's what I have observed in my lifetime, Afrojam. Pakistanis and Bengalis seem more independent as far as work in the UK, whereas Indians tend to go through, conventional channels as far as being employees and stuff like that. And that is a very good comment, Jimmy. He says, when all the foul people flee to an area, they will end up meeting each other and want to flee again. And this is one of the reasons I didn't move to Kenya. Because Kenya has become like a hotbed of all of these like passport bro types and whatnot. And most of these passport bro guys are looking to go over there and basically be SEX tourists. And they're looking for African women who have a Western aesthetic. If you're looking for women who are going to behave better than women in the West, then you can't expect women in Africa with a Western aesthetic to be any better. You know? Women who are more virtuous and nicer to be around are going to look more traditional. They're not going to look like your typical American woman. So it's kind of weird, and it blows my mind that some of these like passport bro guys, they'll come to Africa and all the women they hook up with or all the women they date are literally, from a visual perspective, clones of what you see in America. And then they wonder why some of these women are starting to act off-key as well. So, yeah, I don't want to be part of a Western community wherever I go in the world for the most part. I mean, in Costa Rica I was, because of the safety aspect, but in Africa I really don't want to be mingling with other Westerners too much. Here and there, once in a while, but I don't want to make myself part of like a Western community in Africa at all. Because that would make me want to flee, you know? Because of the influence they're having over the local culture. Kind of what you were alluding to. Yeah, and again, also because of the prevalence of these passport bros in certain parts of Africa, the women are then starting to get more bougie. Because they're used to they can date these guys who are coming from America and coming from Europe, who can take them to all the nice restaurants and this, and that then becomes the standard, doesn't it? Like Kenyan women, I'm not a fan of them, bro. I'm not a fan of Kenyan women. I think they are the most westernized women in Africa behind South African women. South African women are the most westernized in Africa. Then beneath that is Kenyan women. So I'm not a fan of Kenyan women at all. They're not as bad as women in the West, don't get it twisted. They're not as bad as that, but they're getting there. And again, that's one of the reasons I chose this particular country where I live now, because it's obscure. It's obscure. In fact, maybe I should stop mentioning the name. In fact, you know what? I'm going to stop mentioning the name of the country from now on. I'm going to stop mentioning the name of the country. I don't want it to become a passport bro destination. Jazzo says South African women are also the hottest, though. Yeah, South African women are very beautiful, but beauty is only skin deep. And there are plenty of beautiful. There might not be the same percentage of like really outstandingly beautiful women in other African countries, although it's subjective anyway. Beauty is subjective to some extent. But let's just, for argument's sake, say South Africa has the highest percentage of beautiful women out of all the Black African countries. There are still plenty of beautiful women in most of the other Black African countries. Maybe not as high a percentage as in South Africa, but still plenty of them. And in most of them, you're not going to have to deal with the crazy, ratchet behavior that most South African women are dealing with now, the younger ones. Crazy, ratchet behavior, terrible attitude, tattoos all over the place, gold teeth. I mean, nah, bro, no thank you. No, thank you. Cash Machine says, is Africa safe for foreigners? Do you have to be careful? Africa is an entire continent, bro. Over 50 countries, and the safety can vary drastically from one country to the next. So it's a very broad question. saying, is Africa safe? It's an entire continent of over 1 billion people and thousands of different tribes, different languages, God knows how many towns and cities. So it's a very broad question. Some parts of Africa are very dangerous. Other parts are in the middle, and other parts are very safe. So it depends where you go. When you go somewhere like Mauritius, which is an island, an island which is part of, Africa, Mauritius is extremely safe. Casa says, SA has simply become too dangerous to travel. Yeah, South Africa is very, very dangerous. But as dangerous as it is, there are still parts of South Africa where you're not likely to have any problems, including in Cape Town. And Cape Town is one of the most dangerous cities in the world. But there are many parts of Cape Town, touristy, rich areas where if you stay there for a holiday, you're not going to have any issues. Most people will not experience any problems at all. At least not for a short trip. If you stay there longer, you might start to see the odd thing here and there. But yeah, South Africa is very dangerous. Yes, indeed, Afro Jam. The blonde weave is a hallmark in South Africa now. It is. It is indeed. It's a hallmark in South Africa. Some guys are so enamored with beauty that they completely overlook attitude and behavior. They're just mesmerized by beauty. I'm not, which is why I didn't base where I was going to relocate and look for a wife on the country that I perceive to have the most beautiful women. Beauty is a factor, which is important to some extent, but the behavior is far more important to me. I put that higher up on the priority list than the beauty. We got June Sports in the chat. What's happening? Yeah, we're just having a general conversation here about whatever you guys want to get into. All kinds of different topics. Right now we're talking about relocating to Africa. A lot of people have been relocating to Africa, particularly from the black diaspora over the past, let's say, 5 years. But relocation in general, outside of the West, is becoming a more common thing. A lot of people relocating to the Far East, places like Thailand. In fact, speaking of the Far East, what's happening right now between Cambodia and, is it Cambodia and Thailand that are having an issue? What's going on there? Yeah, for sure, Jazz. Character is the most important, but if you ain't attracted, it ain't happening for sure. Because I have in the past dealt with a couple of ladies who I wasn't particularly attracted to. They were just like average looking. They didn't send my pulse racing when I looked at them. They were just, they weren't ugly, but they were just like, okay. And I could have been with them, to be honest. You know what I mean? I could have stayed with them in a relationship because sex is not the be all and end all for me. I don't need to feel like I want to, lay down with you twice, 3 times a day in order to want to stay with you long term. I don't need you to be that attractive that I just can't keep my hands off you, in order to stay with you long term. It's like sex is not that, it's not a deal breaker for me. Yeah. I find that when I've been with like an average looking woman, it becomes more of a problem for them than it is for me, because they can sense that I'm not like extremely attracted to them. And when they sense that I'm not extremely attracted to them, they start becoming insecure. And that insecurity then leads to loads of problems. But honestly, it's not that big of an issue for me. I could, get an average looking woman and be okay with her long term, as long as the personality's there and the behavior's there that I'm looking for and the principles and all that kind of stuff is there. I could be with her. But in my experiences in the past, it just causes problems because they become insecure. They notice that I don't fiend for them the way that I would if they were more attractive. Do you know what I mean? And that is why attraction, beauty is important. Because if you're not like really, really attracted to the woman, she's going to start feeling insecure. Okay, Afro Jam says the Cambodia-Thailand thing is regarding a border conflict. I see. June Sports says, I want to visit over there in Africa for a few months, but I'm in NYC for good. I got my eye on Johannesburg. Yeah, it seems particularly Americans, to a lesser extent, people from Britain, when they think Africa, they want to go straight to South Africa. Because South Africa is one of the more high-profile countries in Africa. They've got infrastructure which is on par with a Western country. They do have beautiful women. They've got famous music artists and stuff like that. So that's where people tend to head because there's a familiarity to it. But that's precisely why I've avoided South Africa, because it is so Western, not just in terms of infrastructure, but culture. Austin Holloman, who's one of these, he doesn't want to be called a passport bro anymore, but he's one of these traveling YouTubers, let's just say that. And he's visited many different African countries, and he hates South Africa. He says it reminds him too much of the US. Not just in terms of the way it looks, but in terms of the way the people behave. The women and also the men, as far as like the gang culture in South Africa. They've got a heavy, heavy gang culture. The place is full of guns. It's dangerous in many parts. The women are bougie, tattooed, gold teeth, blonde weaves. I mean, if you're gonna go to Africa, for me, since I didn't come to Africa looking for a version of the West on the African continent. I didn't come here for that. I came here to get away from all that Western stuff. That's why I've avoided South Africa. No desire to be living in South Africa at all. I would say look at places like where I'm at, Zambia, Uganda, Ethiopia. Even though Ethiopia has quite good infrastructure, it's very developed, particularly, Addis Ababa is very developed. You do have to bear in mind that Ethiopians are a bit more insular than many other Africans. So they're not as open to foreigners as a lot of our other Africans are. In Addis, you will find, you can date Ethiopian girls and stuff like that, but it can be a bit touch and go as I understand it. Yeah, Ethiopians are a bit more insular and they're a bit more hardcore when it comes to preserving their culture, not marrying out and stuff like that. Whereas in most African countries, even if you're not black, bro, they'll marry you. They'll date you, they'll marry you, whatever. Yeah. So as a black American, you'll have no problems with regards to dating. I mean, you'll be seen as a prize by most of the women. And that's what it's like for me. I'm a man in my mid-40s, Caribbean. I come here to Africa, this particular country, and the women here pedestalize me. They literally put me on a pedestal wherever I go. Women in their prime, in their mid-20s, they pedestalize me here. Women here see me as the prize. And I'm talking about women in their 20s. They see me as the prize. What's not to like about that situation for me? Okay, Casa says Thailand, especially the South, has sort of been destroyed by tourism and the passport bros. Well, Thailand might be one of the original passport bro destinations before the term passport bro even existed, right? If you're talking about SEX, not just SEX tourism, but even people going out to Thailand to look for wives, that has been going on all of my lifetime. Well over 4 decades, that's been going on. In the 80s and 90s, I started noticing an increase in like white English guys who were usually divorcees, middle-aged guys in their, 40s, 50s, 60s, who'd broken up with their white English ex-wife. And then they would go to Thailand or Cambodia or Vietnam or the Philippines, and they'd come back with a woman who was like in her late 20s or early 30s. And they'd live happily ever after. So that's been going on for decades. Some of them obviously went over there to stay and live. But yeah, Thailand was one of them places for the longest time. For that and also for SEX tourism. Bexy says, would an American woman be totally off the cards for you? 100%, bro. I'm not even, I wouldn't entertain an American woman for even half a second. Nor a woman from the UK. Not, as soon as I hear a girl come out with an accent like mine, that's it, bro. I'm a ghost. June Sports says, would you ever go back to London? What, to live? Is that a trick question? I'd definitely not go back there to live. I will be going back there to sort a few things out. Because I've got some stuff in storage, which I've been paying for the longest time, and it's just an unnecessary expense. So I will go out there and sort that situation out and a few other bits and pieces. But in terms of living, hell no. the UK is a sinking ship in general, and London even more so. Right? London is just unlivable. It's horrible living there. Not because it's like overwhelmingly dangerous. London is nowhere near as dangerous as the media would have you believe. It's actually quite a safe city. It's just miserable. London is a miserable city. The people are miserable. The local government is miserable and cynical, and they're just massive scammers. The weather is miserable. It's extortionately expensive. You get very little for your money. You get taxed through the flipping roof. You got ULEZ, you got congestion charge, you got a council tax, which is crazy in London. London is just a miserable place now. Totally miserable. And, back in the 80s and 90s, London was more dangerous than it is now, contrary to popular belief. As far as violent crime, it was more dangerous back then, but London still had a charm about it back in the 80s and 90s, which it doesn't have anymore. There is no charm. And London was more affordable in the 80s and 90s. Whereas now it's just, bro, I don't see the upside for London at all. That's why the people who can leave London are leaving in droves. And I'm talking about rich people are leaving London and Britain in general. It's not just poor people. London is just horrible now. So, no, there's absolutely no reason for me to ever want to move back to London at all, ever. The place is horrible. The vibes are horrible. London's just the city of bad vibes. Now, as a foreigner with an American accent going over to London for a short stay, yeah, the women are going to be intrigued because, oh, wow, you got an American accent. But if you lived there for any period of time, you would quickly realize that this ain't the place to be. It wouldn't take you long to figure that out. London is horrible. You're from New York City. I can assure you, New York City is not, for me, would not be the place to be in the States if I had to live in the States. But New York City is still better than London. London is not the place, bro. Not to live, no. Yeah, it's a nice place to visit. They got some things you might want to see, and it's a historically significant city. But in terms of living there, you're better off living in NYC. Jazzo says, the people are miserable and bad-minded and the cost of living is extortionate. I'm leaving as soon as I can. I've been to many countries in the world. And I grew up in London, right? I've been to many countries in the world. And I can honestly say that outside of America, London is the worst city that I've been to in the world for dating within the black community. Now, if you're dating outside, if you're a black guy or whatever color you are and you're dating non-black women, maybe you'll have a different experience, I don't know. But as someone that dates black women, I'm telling you, London is outside of America, is the worst city in the world for black dating. The worst city I've certainly been to in the world. For that. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Jazzo says, if you have serious money, all the big cities are fun, but for normal people, I can't recommend London. And that's the thing, to have fun in London, as far as living there, you'll need to be a multi-millionaire. I'm not just talking about someone that has 1 million. I'm saying you need to have multi-millions to be living in London and having fun. Because you're going to need to be driven around, right? You're going to need to have all the money for the congestion charges and the all that nonsense. You need to live in a nice area, which is not on the outskirts of the city, so you can get to all the places you want to get to. That's going to be extortionately expensive. You're going to need to make so much money that the local taxes and all that type of stuff doesn't affect you. And you're going to need to make so much money that you impress the women who are damn near impossible to impress. So, like, really, to have fun in London, living there, you're going to need to be a multi-millionaire. And even then, you might not enjoy it because of the weather. Weather's always rubbish. And even though, and here's the thing for me, right? Even if the women like you, are you sure you're going to like them? Because I don't like London women. Even the ones who are attractive, I don't like the way they talk. Even if they were treating me nicely, I don't like the way they talk. I don't like the tattoos. I don't like all the piercings. I don't like the tone of their voice, even when they're being their version of polite and their version of feminine. I don't like the tone. I just don't like them. So even the ones who like me, I don't like them. So if you're a rich guy and you can get any of them, would you even want to have them? I wouldn't. I hate tattoos. I hate when women have tattoos all over the body. I hate all the piercings. Can't stand them. You know, like the bull ring in the nose, the septum piercing. I hate all that. And the fact they can't cook most of them, you know, it's crazy, bro. The women I deal with here in Zambia, when they come round to my place, I don't tell them to cook anything. I don't tell them to clean anything. They just automatically start doing it. They come round here and they bring their, what they call chitenge with them, which is like this thing that they wrap around the lower half of their body like a traditional garment thing when they're in the home. They change into that and they automatically start cooking and doing all this stuff. I don't need to say anything. They show you right off the bat that they have wife qualities, that they have mother qualities. They're selling themselves to you as a potential wife. That's the difference in much of Africa and Asia as compared to the West. Yeah, women that you date in somewhere like London, they're not selling themselves as wives. They're basically selling themselves as expensive girlfriends. Yeah, they're not trying to show you, oh, look what I can do if you make me your wife. Look how well I cook. Look how well I maintain a home. Look how attentive I am. Look how submissive I am. This is what you'll get if you marry me. I have all these qualities. So they show you all that stuff immediately here. In the West, if they ever show you that stuff at all, it's certainly not immediately. Do you know what I mean? They look at you like, what can you do for me? And if you ask what I can do for you, I'm gone. So Jimmy says, yeah, I agree. I've lived in multiple countries. Every time I'm in London, it still feels like home. The thing about, for me, is that I don't have any family in the UK anymore. And I've really outgrown my friends, the ones who live in London anyway. So when I go to London, it don't feel like home, you know? I don't really have any ties to London anymore. I've outgrown the friends I have there, and I don't have any family there, so. Well, yes, you hit the nail on the head, Cash Machine. And I said this back in 2017, long before there was anything like the term passport bros or anything like that, long before there was Kevin Samuels, long before there was Fresh and Fit, long before there was a Manosphere. Back in 2017, one of the first things I ever uploaded on Patreon was an episode where I spoke about the key to a successful marriage. I think that was actually the title of the episode, The Secret to a Successful Relationship or Marriage. It was one of the first things they ever uploaded on Patreon back in 2017. And to reveal the secret, it is mutual dependency. That is the secret to most successful relationships or marriages. It's not love, it's not sex, it's mutual dependency. That is what keeps most people together who actually stay together. They depend on each other for something. It is transactional. All right? In a lot of developing countries, there is still a real, not a fake gender pay gap like there is in the West, but a real significant gender pay gap. And because of that significant gender pay gap, women will marry relatively young in order to elevate their living standards, because that's the best way and the easiest way for them to do so. Men don't tend to marry to elevate their living standards. Men tend to marry because it's their instinct to want to be protectors and providers. It's less so about securing themselves financially, but it's more a mental and emotional drive to be husbands and fathers. Obviously, there's cultural pressure too on both men and women in more traditional societies to marry. It's the done thing. But men tend to do it less so because of survival. I mean, when you procreate, yes, you can say that your children can help you when you're older, so maybe there's an element of survival for men in that sense. But they're not depending on the woman necessarily for survival. It's more so dependent on the woman for the emotional payoff. Yeah, men, I'm not saying all men, but a lot of men crave being the head of a household and being the protector and the provider. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel like they have a purpose. Men need purpose in their lives more so than women do, from what I've observed in my lifetime. Men need to have a sense of purpose. Women can just drift through life, enjoying themselves and, doing this, that, and the other and whatever. Men need a deeper underlying purpose to their lives, okay? And I think that's one of the reasons that you're seeing this massive rise in mental health problems among men in the West, is because so many men have lost their sense of purpose in society. And now they're just lost and depressed and all this kind of business. So, yeah, mutual dependency. Men will depend on women, obviously, to take care of the kids and all that kind of stuff, but men don't have to have kids, yeah? But there's like an instinctive drive for men, the majority of them, to have a family and be the head of a household. A lot of men are choosing not to do that now out of fear. It's not that they don't want to do it, they're afraid to do it because they don't want to get taken advantage of. They don't want to get ruined by a woman. It's not that they don't want to do it, they do want it, they're just afraid to do it. They don't see the upside in doing it anymore, right? But anyway, long story short, yeah, mutual dependency is what keeps most couples that stay together together. They depend on each other for something. Big up D-Man for the super chat. It says, did your fam move back to the Caribbean? Were they tired of the UK too? Well, they always planned to. A lot of people from the Caribbean and from other parts of the former British Empire only ever moved to the UK on a temporary basis. It was only supposed to be for a few years to make some money and then move back home. Now, obviously, a lot of people didn't stick to it, but my family did stick to it. Yeah? Arrived in the UK in the late 80s, and my parents went back in the early 2000s. So they weren't messing around. They weren't messing around at all. They went back in the early 2000s. Big up D-Man for the super chat. Swaggins says, drunk as hell listening to DMX. And big up Swaggins, what are you drinking? And what DMX song are you listening to right now? I hope it's one of the more upbeat ones. Not Slippin'. Slippin's a good song, but boy, it's depressing. Cash Machine says, yet women are less happy than ever. 16% of all women in England are on SSRIs. And how many others self-medicate? Men are also in a bad state as well, though. Here's the thing. I used to hear Kevin Samuels saying that, women are more unhappy than ever. I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that. Female happiness is a very difficult thing to pin down. What constitutes female happiness? I think male happiness is far more easily defined and far more easily achieved than female happiness. They often say men are more simple creatures. From an emotional perspective, I would agree. And because men are more emotionally straightforward, we're easier to please. And therefore, it's easier to make us happy. Women are more complex emotionally, and that makes it more difficult for them to be happy in any scenario, whether they're married in a traditional society or whether they are free to do whatever they want in the modern West. In traditional societies, women conform to their traditional gender role largely because of social pressure, not necessarily because they want to, but because of social pressure. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because what are families for? Is it for the individual selfish desires of the adults involved in the marriage? Or is it actually for the greater good of the children and the community and even the nation? Men, the ones who actually choose to get married, have a more selfless attitude towards marriage. Women, from what I've observed, and I spoke about this the other day, they seem to have a more selfish They seem to have more selfish desires with regards to marriage. That's why, as I mentioned before, in countries where men get to keep the house and the kids in a divorce, divorce rates are low. But in countries where women get to keep the house and the kids in a divorce, divorce rates are high. Right? Men tend to take that, men who get married tend to take it more seriously. And as I said in the previous stream, a feminist or somebody that would want to counter the argument would say, well, yeah, that's because men get a better deal in marriage, in a traditional marriage. Men get a better deal. If men get a better deal, and the role of a man in a traditional nuclear family is so cushy, then why don't women want to do it? How many women are willing to be the protector and the provider of the family and keep a man at home? Not like any man with any backbone would want to do that, but some men are willing to do that. How many women are willing to do that to financially support a man and kids permanently? Yeah, they're not willing to do it. So don't try and tell me that the man's role in a traditional family is so cushy and easy. It's not. It's a hell of a lot of pressure. You're the one responsible for protecting and providing for everybody, for life, or at least for the duration of, you know, your kids' childhoods until they're 18 or whatever, or 21. And even beyond that, you're going to feel a paternal instinct to protect and provide for them. My dad still does. The guy's in his 70s. And he still has this strong paternal instinct to protect and, when need be, provide for his kids who are all middle-aged. Well, not all, but, you know, my brothers were all like middle-aged guys now. My youngest brother is, what is he, mid-30s, I think? Mid-30s. But that paternal instinct my dad has never goes away. Like, the protecting, providing mentality. So, yeah, that's what I'll say about that. Big up DMX, big up Swaggins, listen to DMX Drunk. I hope it's something a bit more upbeat from DMX. Big up June Sports for the super chat. He says, if you care to share about you outgrowing your friends. Yeah, I can do that. So, I've been self-employed for about 15 years now. And even before I was self-employed, I was traveling in my 20s to some extent. But the traveling has become a lot more frequent since I started my own business and I've been my own boss. So I've been to different parts of the world. I've always planned to relocate and settle down somewhere. Whereas my friends in London are still living in the same, like in all the different countries I've lived in, all the parts of the world I've traveled, all the different people I've met. During that period, my best friends in London have been living in the exact same place. Most of them in the same job, with the same circle of friends, living in the same house for the past 30 years, right? Or, well, let me not say 30 years, because obviously they're not living in their parents' houses. Let's say for the past 25 years. My friends in London have been living, most of them have been living in the same house, around the same people, doing the same thing for the past 25 years, bro. Now, it doesn't make them bad people. If they're happy doing that, more power to them. But I wouldn't be happy doing that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by outgrowing them. I can't live like that. I couldn't, move in next to one of my friends and rejoin that social circle and be happy. The world's a big place. There's many better places and better circles to be in. More fulfilling circles, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's what I mean by I outgrew them. I'm doing different stuff. Yeah, and Jonathan Porky says that is a sick counter argument. We need Hatman versus 20 feminists. And that is also the justification for male polygamy when a man takes more than one wife. A man is allowed to take more than one wife because he's willing to provide for them all. When women are willing to provide for all their husbands, we'll give them polygamy. But women aren't willing to do that. So when a woman turns around and says, oh, it's terrible that men have polygamy, in some cultures, it's so unfair. Those men are literally taking care of all those wives, you donut. Are you willing to do the same for 4 husbands? No, you're not. So shut your mouth. You're not willing to take care of 4 husbands, so you don't get 4 husbands. Or 5 or 6 or whatever the case. But I say 4 because, in Muslim countries, that's the limit. If you're willing to provide for all those husbands financially, for life, for the duration of the marriage, cool. But how many women are willing to do that? I mean, virtually 0. A number so small that it's negligible. So if any time a woman tries to challenge you on polygamy for men, or polygyny as they call it, that's the exclusive ability for men to be able to marry multiple women, they call it polygyny. If anyone tries to challenge you on it, say, well, yeah, women can have it too if you're willing to take the responsibilities that come with it. In many Islamic countries, for example, if a man wants to marry more than one woman, he has to be means tested. The government will look at his finances and they'll say, well, you can't afford another wife, so we're not going to allow it. If he can afford another wife, they'll green light it and say, okay, you can do it. He's being means tested because he's expected to provide for them. How many women are going to do that for a husband? Or means test just to see if you can afford a husband. See, being able to afford a husband never comes into a woman's reality. Husbands come for free when you're a woman. Yeah, boyfriends and husbands are completely free. But as a man, no, wives are not free. In a traditional setting anyway. It costs money. Not just in terms of looking after them on a daily basis, financially, supporting them financially on a daily basis, but also in many traditional cultures by bride price. You got to pay the family. It's an expensive deal. Huh? A big up D-Man for the super chat. Says, you heard about Wilder asking his stepkid, or taking his stepkid, out of the will? Yes, I heard about that. Can't blame him. I always found it strange that a man in Deontay Wilder's position would want to become a stepfather in the first place. Very strange. Because being a stepfather, Kevin Samuels used to say this a lot, because he was a stepfather at one point, is a thankless job. Most stepfathers will experience that time, at least when they're stepfathers to boys. When one of those boys is going to turn around to him and say, you're not my dad, or you're not my real dad. I've never been a stepdad, but I know that is a very common thing to happen. And imagine you're literally providing for the household to keep a roof over this little kid's head. And as soon as you start trying to express any form of authority in the house, or authority over the kids that you're providing for, you're not my real dad. I've got no interest in ever being in that situation. Big up D-Man for the super chat. Big up Matt Borgerson. He says, why is there a Voldemort mentality with AI right now? What do you mean a Voldemort mentality? As in AI is evil? Is that what you mean? Truth Channel says, none free spirit, fear holds them back. I'm going to assume you're talking about the friends that I've outgrown. If you are, I would agree with you. In some cases, anyway, fear is holding them back. Because I've tried to talk some of my friends into doing the same stuff that I do. Because some of my friends are from the same background, like a music, audio engineering background. Some of them have gone into IT, stuff like that. And I've tried to encourage them to become, self-employed or start their own businesses and, go down that route and not be a employee. And as I'm trying to talk them into it, they're literally talking themselves out of it. So I just left it in the end, They're telling me basically they're not confident enough. They don't think it would work. I don't think that I'm innately. In fact, let me not say that. Maybe I am more confident than most of my friends, but I'm not supremely confident. What drove me to becoming self-employed and having businesses and whatnot was that my hatred for being an employee superseded my fear of going it alone. You know what I mean? Where your hatred of something supersedes your fear of getting away from it, then you're going to get away from it. And my hatred of an employee was so intense that I literally had an F it moment. Quit my job. I don't know what I'm going to do now. All I do know is that I'm never going to work for anyone again. That's what I told myself. I am never working for anyone again. I hate this. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to work for anyone. Come what may, I'm crashing out here. Yeah, I'm crashing out. I'm not going to work for anyone again. That's it. And once I made that decision, everything worked out. Everything worked out. We got Matt, he says, like you're unable to have an open opinion on it. Like talking about it like you're a tech bro. Okay. Well, AI is programmed with a particular perception. Not all of it, but most of it. The major AI is programmed with a particular perception, and that perception is the mainstream perception of everything, the mainstream version of everything. So that AI is going to give you mainstream answers for pretty much anything you ask it. And that's why if you ask Chinese AI certain things, it will give you a different perspective than like Western AI. Because, in China, there are certain things that are okay to talk about, and in the West, they're not. There are certain views that are okay to have in China, in the West, not. And vice versa. There are certain views in the West that are okay to have, but in China, they're not. I mean, Dave Chappelle, I'm actually going to watch his latest stand-up. I used to love Dave Chappelle back in the days, before he went to South Africa and got weird. His new stuff these days is nowhere near as good as his old stuff, and he just seems like a different person now. He looks traumatized to me. That's a whole different conversation, but he's done some decent stand-ups in the past couple of years. Nothing like his old stuff, but decent enough. But one of the things he said in his most recent stand-up, which I'm going to watch on Netflix, is that there's this hypocrisy with regards to a certain small country in the Middle East and a much bigger country in the Middle East called Saudi Arabia. So Dave Chappelle did a show in Saudi Arabia, and there were all these quote-unquote, this weren't even just liberals, even so-called conservatives in America were attacking him for doing a show in Saudi Arabia because of various things that have happened in Saudi Arabia and whatnot. And to a Saudi Arabian journalist. So they're criticizing him for it. But then Dave Chappelle points out that there's a very small country in the Middle East that isn't majority Muslim. Actually, is it or not? I'm not sure. But, it's not. The country I'm talking about. In that country, apparently, hundreds of journalists have been unalived. But no one says anything about that. No one has any issue with Dave Chappelle if he wanted to perform there. And so the reason I bring that up is because when he was performing in Saudi Arabia, he could make jokes about certain things that he would get a lot of heat for in the US, right? So if you make jokes about the rainbow community in Saudi Arabia, you're not going to be cancelled in Saudi Arabia for obvious reasons, yeah? They're not going to cancel you. There are obviously other things in Saudi that you definitely can't joke about, which you could joke about in the West. Yeah? But for a comedian, it's probably refreshing that there are certain things you're not allowed to joke about in America. When you go to Saudi, all of a sudden you can joke about them again. But yeah, with AI, similar thing. Depending on where that AI is, who it's programmed by, you're going to get a different perspective from it. We got the Sweet Maths for the super chat. He says, what is up with non-boxers, i.e. other athletes, journalists, etc., having face-offs with boxers? What's that about? Can you give me an example? Because one of the recent ones I can remember was maybe Frank Warren facing off with one of his fighters when the opponent didn't turn up to the press conference. Was it Frank Warren facing off with Joe Joyce or Frank Warren? I can't remember who Frank Warren faced off with. If you can give me an example, I'll speak more to it. The Sweet Maths. Activistic Intellect says, I can't lie, AI videos do seem very eerie to me. I struggle to watch a lot of them. I like a lot of the AI videos that deal with nostalgia. So, like AI videos which are versions of the Street Fighter characters. I like those. AI videos which are like old school movies reimagined. The old school movies reimagined with different characters brought to life by AI. So I quite like a lot of those AI videos. I'm not going to lie. I like them. It does seem kind of eerie and weird, but funny to me at the same time. Sweet Math says, you'll see Ronaldo facing off with Khabib. Pretty sure Coogan faced off with a few boxers. What's it about? It's just marketing, isn't it? It's just PR, marketing. There are a lot more famous people outside of boxing than there are in boxing. So it's a way of introducing boxers to different audiences, maybe. Who's that guy that Ronaldo's facing off with? Let me look him up. That kind of thing. I think it's just PR. Okay, yeah, that's right. It was Joe Parker. Thank you, Striker. Yeah, because... hang on, was it Joe Parker when Daniel Dubois pulled out and then Frank Warren faced off with Joe? Maybe he's done it for several fights. I don't know. I've said this several times before, but Rick Reno literally looks like a GTA character. It looks like someone that was cooked up by Rockstar. Atavistic Intellect says, AI just has this demonic quality to it for me. I do find the odd one enjoyable, but the deep fakes and stuff, nah, man. I hear you. Striker says, yeah, it was with Parker because Bacoli hadn't arrived in the country yet. Yeah, I remember Bacoli hadn't arrived in the country yet, but I think Warren's done it for another fight as well. I don't think it was just Parker. I could be misremembering, but I think Warren might have done it for someone else as well. For some reason, I'm remembering Frank Warren facing off with someone in Britain. Because that would have been in Saudi, but I'm thinking he faced off with a fighter in Britain. Also because the guy wasn't at the presser. It might have been Joe Joyce. It might have been Joe Joyce. Because you remember that Joyce was originally supposed to fight Dylan White. And then Hergovich took the fight. So it might have been Joe Joyce he faced off with. Oh, did he do it when White didn't show up in a press conference with Fury? Did it back then as well? Mark O'Dell says, do you wish that Trump was UK Prime Minister? No. Obviously, I don't like the current Prime Minister, but I don't like Trump either. You know, his rhetoric is a lot better than Keir Starmer's rhetoric, but I can't say there's any Western politician, and there's very few politicians globally that I actually like. Well, I wouldn't trust any politician anywhere, to be honest. But in terms of the rhetoric, there are very few politicians in the world that I'm on the same page as. I don't like politics. And as a general rule of thumb, I don't like politicians. Some of them are entertaining. I mean, Trump is entertaining. That's one thing I can say. Yeah? You take all the politics and all that stuff aside, as someone who entertains me when he appears in clips and when he talks, Trump is entertaining. I'll give him that. You know, the way Trump talks is funny. My impression is not very good, but you know the way he talks. Yeah, those people are ruining this country. Bad people, terrible people. I'm going to put people in who are good people, very good people here in America, great people. You know, the way he talks in such a simplistic fashion with very simplistic words. Great people, terrible people, ruining the country, bad for the country. Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe. Yeah, bless up Jimmy. Big up, big up. User QC, let's just call him User QC. Big up for the super chat. What did you think of the Tate fight? It was garbage. Neither Tate nor the other guy, whose name escapes me right now, can fight. Or can box, should I say. I mean, Tate could kickbox, but, you know, kickboxing and boxing are two very different things. Tate is still coming with a kickboxing stance when he's boxing, and that just don't work. It don't work from a defensive perspective. It don't work from a footwork perspective. And he'd been out the ring 10 years anyway, and he always looked terrible on the pads to me. And in the little sparring clips with his brother and his little friends around his mansion. So, yeah. So, Tate looked terrible, so they chased him more. That's the opponent. I've remembered his name now. Atavistic Intellect says, regarding AI, do you think forms of consciousness, maybe spirits, demons, etc., will be able to attach themselves to it like our consciousness has with our bodies? Well, there are some people who actually are putting forth the idea or the possibility that AI itself is a demonic force. And that basically what the powers that be are doing is they are creating the technological infrastructure for this demonic force, which is behind AI, to start interacting with the physical world to a greater extent. So their whole thing is that there is a consciousness which is trying to infiltrate technology, and that consciousness is what we call AI. It's just they have to build a technological framework for this consciousness to be able to, as I say, interact with our physical reality. Because what do they say about machines? Machines have no soul, they have no emotion, robotic, etc. Matter of fact, a machine can't be reasoned with. A machine doesn't have empathy. And it is said by some that demonic forces behind the veil are like that. They have like they have consciousness, but the way they behave is machine-like. A machine-like consciousness in the sense of it lacking emotion, a psychopathic consciousness. So yeah, some people put forward that as a possibility, that AI is literally the demon world now infiltrating the human world on a much larger scale. Activistic intellect says, yep, it definitely could be, brother. I might be on that wave myself. AI is very suspect to me. I'm not fully in that camp yet, but I'm closer by the day. Okay, Super Party Piece says, does anyone know what happened to young King Fury, his real name, that had a few fights a few years ago, was on IFL TV, etc.? Well, presumably he was rubbish and drifted away into obscurity like the rest of the Furies. There's been so many of them, either John Fury's sons or cousins of Luke and Shane, right? And the rest of them are all rubbish. I mean, Huey Fury was the best of the rest, and he's not particularly great. The latest Fury to lose was it Walter Fury? Was the latest one to lose? Walter Partridge, should I say? All right, peeps. Gonna shut this one down. You know the routine. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining the conversation. A special shout out to those who donated via Super Chat. I'm going to call their names. They were. Firefox will cooperate with me for a second. It won't. Let me refresh this tab so I can call everyone's name. Give me a second there. Yeah, they were Gaz, Mr. Luca, James Wood, I didn't actually read out James Wood's comment. He said, what about Starship Troopers? Yeah, Starship Troopers was very silly. A terrible movie, but so terrible that it was watchable, if that makes sense. Cheesy, violent, terrible. I was never a big fan of it, to be fair, Starship Troopers, but I would say Starship Troopers is better than the new Anaconda, still. So James Wood, Matt Borgerson, James Clifford, Prav, D-Man, Warren, Pro Gamer Sam, Adam Folks, Super, Matt Borgerson, of course, Copezilla, Aero PC, Bexy, Swaggins, June Sports, The Sweet Maths, and User QC. Big up all the guys who donated by Super Chat. Big up everyone else as well. You join me for the conversation. It's been good. Until next time, take care. Be good. I'll catch you on the other side. I'm out.